mantra: never break the chain. The links of unity are the foundation of the LSU football team. For 4 seasons and 49 games, 25 Tiger seniors have bonded together in pursuit of a singular goal: to win college football's national championship. This season, there have been chinks in the Tigers' armor, but the chain remains intact. Now it is Arkansas's turn. What can they do to break the link? Darren McFadden is the anvil who will apply the pressure, and Felix Jones is the hammer who will pound the chain. The Hogs hope these are the tools that will help them forge the upset victory. But the Tigers believe in the bond, in the brotherhood, in the discipline. They believe in the mantra: never break the chain.
Just outside Tigers Stadium, members of the band with a trot down Victory Hill, followed shortly after that by the head coach of the LSU Tigers, Les Miles. This is senior day, and Glenn Dorsey, along with 24 colleagues, will play on this field for the final time this afternoon. Mike the Sixth helps in his own small way to set the scene. 92,000 plus on hand. Happy holidays, everybody. We help the SEC in celebrating 75 years of college football. Arkansas Razorbacks 7-4 against LSU. They come in 10-1. Hello, everyone. I'm Vern Lundquist along with Gary Danielson. We've got a fairly significant game about which we'll have a lot to say. But this has been a week filled with conjecture and rumor involving Les Miles, the head coach at LSU. Will he or will he not be offered a position at his alma mater, Michigan? For more on that, let's join Tracy Wolfson.
Thanks, Vern. Les Miles has been inundated with questions regarding the Michigan job since head coach Lloyd Carr announced his retirement early Monday morning. On that same day, an emotional Miles addressed the situation.
Now, I have to tell you, I'm not talking jobs, don't look for jobs, don't want jobs. I got a great job. I love this place. It's not to suppose that Michigan will call. They've not called. It's unfair to Michigan to say that they should. It's unfair to me and my team. Let it rest. I'm playing football for LSU. I'm preparing for Arkansas. I'm preparing for the next game and the next game after that. I love us, Steve. And I'll not do anything to her.
Then on Wednesday, it was the March of Miles, where fans showed their support for the head coach. This was the talk outside the stadium today.
I think he'll end up staying. This is home for him now. He's here at LSU. It's a great situation. I truly believe in my heart that he's going to stay. I think he's going to go, and it's a good thing. I would go back. I can't blame him at all for going. It's where his heart is. He's got to go back.
I don't think we'll be hurt by his leaving, except for the fact that we've lost a good coach.
And guys, all week long, even when we spoke to him, Miles professed his love for his team and for LSU, but never did he definitively shut the door on a possible move to Michigan.
All right, Tracy, a moment ago, 2 of the final 25 seniors about to be introduced here from Shreveport, Jacob Hester. And shortly after him, the All-American who came back for his final season, the defensive tackle, number 72, Glenn Dorsey. Well, Gary, so much conversation about the Michigan opportunity. Distraction, no distraction.
Well, it's a distraction, Vern. I don't think there's any doubt about that, but I don't think there's a team more prepared to handle these distractions than this LSU team. I think it's because of their seniors that you were just talking about. There's 25 that have been on this team. They've lived through big games, national championship. Their coach left that recruited them, and they've had games that we've witnessed that have gone to fourth quarter, fourth down, overtime. And I think if there's any team that can handle it, these guys can. These seniors will pull this team through this newest distraction.
Well, Arkansas will be the first on the field. Houston Nutt, who's been the subject of a lot of speculation himself. 3-11 all-time against top-ranked teams. And the Razorbacks, who have had a seesaw season, they looked outstanding in defeating South Carolina a couple of weeks ago. They came back and did beat Mississippi State, but they had that huge loss at Tennessee.
Right.
Well, Les Miles called them Arkansas. We'll call them Arkansas. And they're a pretty good team.
Well, you better not pronounce the two running backs, mispronounce those ones, because McFadden and Felix Jones are the real deal. But Arkansas will need more than that to beat this defense. I think they're going to have help from the air, and they're going to have to go to number 85, Marcus Monk. That guy is going to have to give him something. Casey Dick, the quarterback, did not play well a year ago, but played very well a week ago. Those two guys must give this Arkansas team something, or I don't know if McFadden and Jones can do it by themselves.
Well, they are playing for the Battle of the Boot this afternoon. And Glenn Dorsey out in the middle of the field with Jacob Hester. And a patient LSU team still awaits in the huddle. They're not in retreat, are they?
The Home Depot SEC on CBS is sponsored by Applebee's, Toyota, Duracell, and by Sonic.
Check it out. Watch me move, watch me move, watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me move like my Jew, watch me move like my Jew.
Introducing the Juke by Samsung, exclusively from Verizon Wireless, an ultra-sleek MP3 player that flips into a phone, because music phones have more moves on America's most reliable wireless network. Verizon Wireless.
A stolen first edition will turn this math whiz into a superhero.
Come here to catch the evil mastermind. The real one could be here.
Numbers, new episode CBS tonight.
Critics call Amazing Race an addictive rush. All new CBS Sunday after 60 minutes.
Something strange happens to people this time of year. They look for reasons to buy a new Toyota. We call it the Toyotathon phenomenon. Now take 4,000 cash back on a new 07 Tundra, or choose 0 APR for 60 months and save over $6,000 in finance charges. There's never been a better time to get the new Toyota you've always wanted or needed. Hurry in. The Toyotathon phenomenon is going on now.
Is your roof damaged? Jasper Contractors knows your top priorities, time and money. Jasper Contractors is the insurance claim specialist who can help you receive total funding for qualified damage repairs. Our experienced roofers will get on the job quickly. Your whole roof can be new with 0 down and 0 out of pocket. We are licensed, insured, and we're an Owens Corning Platinum contractor. For a free professional inspection, call Jasper Contractors now.
You're watching WASB Channel 9, Louisiana's sports channel.
Stadium, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and a moment ago, Houston Nutt inside the Arkansas locker room.
Last regular season, baby. Hey, last regular season game. Knock this thing out. And remember this, you got a lot of mamas, grandmamas, aunts, and uncles all in the state of Arkansas eating leftover turkey, watching their boy play. You turn it loose, man. That's the privilege that you have. You get to turn it loose. Play like a fighting Razorback today. You get ready to go in 5 minutes. We're getting ready to go. Captain, get ready, baby. Here we go, baby. Let's go.
Houston Nutt in his 10th season as the Arkansas head coach, 74 and 48. Makes Experience SEC college football on CBS, brought to you in high definition by Sony. Brilliant Friday after Thanksgiving. The cold front moved through here 2 days ago. We're at 56 degrees. The winds have subsided, and the forecast, sunny skies. Arkansas won the toss. They have elected to receive, and they will go into a breeze that appears from the flags flying a little more than 2 to 5 miles an hour.
You bet it is, but Arkansas really doesn't play the wind very much. They run the ball.
Yes. And Felix Jones is on the field, limited to one play last week because of a deep thigh bruise, 2 kickoff returns for touchdowns this year. He's joined by Darren McFadden. And this will be McFadden from the 9. Spilled as he gets, there's a fumble. And who got it? LSU got it. Charles Scott.
Well, you put your most dependable guys back on kickoff if you're Arkansas, and what happens? Your best guy gets it, actually just trips and drops the ball. There was no helmet on that. He tripped and dropped the ball, and that is a turnover that is a nightmare for Arkansas.
And unexpectedly, LSU opens its offensive thrust from the 25-yard line. Matt Flynn, the senior quarterback. Play fake, Flynn goes deep right side for early Doucette. In the end zone, knocked away, incomplete. Michael Grant with fine coverage.
It's one thing when you're going to throw the ball against Arkansas, you're going to have to earn every catch because their DBs, this time Michael Grant, are going to lock up in man coverage. They're not going to give you those easy throws. You have to run good routes and properly place the ball.
Jacob Hester is the running back. Matt Flynn will go from 2nd and 10 out of the spread. Option play. Flynn with a pitch to Hester, tries to cut the corner, gets a yard and a half. Matt Flynn out of Tyler, Texas, now 10-1 as a starting quarterback. And the starting lineups presented by Applebee's. You can see the numbers for the year, modest numbers, but he's been very effective lately.
He has, and as he's gotten healthy, more so.
Black, Johnson, Helms, who will rotate with Jarvis Jones and Stewart, one of the seniors. Doucette and LaFell at wide end. They opened with a double tight end set. Singer and Dixon. And now it's 3rd down and 9 from the 24. Flynn under pressure. Rolls left. They missed the sack, and he's going to pick up a 1st down. Ernest Mitchell, number 90, had it and lost it.
You just can't ask for anything more from your defense to get a stop here. Great coverage, good pass rush, just cannot wrap up, and that's the difference in Flynn now. When he was struggling and got those sacks early in the year, he had that sprained, tweaked ankle, whatever you want to call it. Now you can see why he's a 4-6 legitimate threat with the football.
And on the run, a 1st down and 10, backs in the odd. Sean Jordan is in at fullback, and he leads the way to the right. Here's Hester, hit at the line, and dropped for no gain. Arkansas defense. We will introduce you to them. Chris Wade gets a start for an injured Malcolm Shepard. It's Harrison, Mitchell, and Adrian Davis. The linebackers, Forte, Dacus, and Fairchild. And the secondary was burned last week. Grant, Hewitt, Woods, and Richardson in the the win over Mississippi State.
Torched over 400 yards.
2nd down, 10. Blitz coming. Good blitz pickup. Flynn into the end zone. Contact. And it's ruled incidental. There's no flag. Terrell Richardson and Brandon LaFell came in contact with each other.
Looked to me like LaFell stumbled on the play, and Terrell Richardson did a good job. Look at that bump and run. That's what you're going to see. Fell tries to come out of it. See it, putting your hands up, that is so smart. You grab them, you might have tweaked them a little bit, but you could get away with it. It's like man-to-man defense in basketball. Touch them a little, just don't touch them a lot.
3rd down and 10. Opening drive. LSU's red zone proficiency. We just saw 3rd and 10 here. And they go with 5 wide.
Yeah, running back out to the side, though. That's a running back real wide that time, Murphy.
From the corner, Flynn in trouble. Gets rid of it, but it's incomplete.
It's a huge stop for this Arkansas defense. And that's really the trademark, Vern, is they stick with guys and again make you run good pass routes. Pressure from the outside, put a little pressure on, and then make a perfect throw happen. And that's exactly what Terrell Norton did on that one.
And so Cole David, the junior from Grapevine, Texas, is on. He has set a school record with 21 field goals. This from 31 yards away, right down the pipe. They got 3, but they would like to have had 7 off the McFadden fumble. The recovery by Charles Scott. And finally, the 31-yard field goal from Cole David. We are underway from Baton Rouge.
Hey, Derek, what's the deal with the special burger?
Well, why don't you try calling it by its proper name, Jason? It's called the Special Secret Double Deluxe Bistro Burger.
I'll be sure to do that. How do you make it?
Well, you get you some raw meat, you ball it up, and put it on a plate.
Sounds gross. Derek? Hey, man, I didn't mean... You want raw meat on a plate. You got it.
The network you can trust. AT&T. Now get 50% off all Samsung phones like the A737.
Something strange happens to people this time of year. They look for reasons to buy a new Toyota. We call it the Toyotathon phenomenon. And while you're there, be sure to check out the fully redesigned and fuel-efficient 2008 Highlander Hybrid with advanced hybrid synergy drive and available backup camera. There's never been a better time to get the new Toyota you've always wanted or needed. Hurry in. The Toyotathon phenomenon is going on now.
Comfortable in jeans that are tough. I'm comfortable in jeans that fit great. I'm comfortable in Wrangler.
Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. Built tough with 14-ounce heavyweight denim. Built comfortable with a stone-washed finish and relaxed fit. Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. Satisfaction guaranteed. Wrangler. Real, comfortable jeans.
Look who's crashing the Victoria's Secret party. Remember, we're a team. And if anyone sees Heidi Klum, dibs. How I Met Your Mother. Heidi Klum! New episode, CBS Monday.
Darren McFadden hoping for a big day to enhance his Heisman Trophy hopes. Off to a tough start with a fumble on the opening kickoff. This fellow who won the Doak Walker Award last year and finished 2nd in the Heisman voting. Somewhat victimized by a slow October, but then he exploded with 321 yards in the win against South Carolina.
I trace it all back to the absence of Marcus Monk. They really tilted the field because Monk could go up and jump between 2 players. You couldn't crowd the box, and that really slowed down number 5 and number 25.
Now McFadden and Felix Jones are back again. Sean Gaudet is kicking for the 2nd full game in a row. He came on in the latter part of the home game against Louisiana Tech. And here's McFadden, this time from the 16. Fumbles again.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
That time it was just a slight bump. He carries the ball in his left hand here, gets bumped, and it pops out again. Wonder if he's got new gloves.
This is not a young man who has a reputation for dropping the ball.
That was nothing. Jacob Hester on kickoff coverage there, number 18. He was actually playing off a block.
Back-to-back fumbles for McFadden on kickoffs. Now here's Casey Dick with the backs in the eye, and McFadden is the beat back. Peyton Hillis, the fullback. McFadden goes right and is driven down after a 2-yard pickup to the 31-yard line by
Tyson Jackson, number 93. Well, Casey Dick is coming off his best performance, arguably ever, with 4 touchdowns last week. Touchdown tosses in the win over Mississippi State. Robert Felton moves over to left tackle. He plays 4 positions. Tedros Louise, DeMarcus Love, and Andrew Davey is the tight end. There's Monk and Johnson. And here's Dick back to throw. Under pressure off his back foot and into traffic at the 40-yard line. Incomplete. Robert Johnson, the intended receiver. There's Craig Stelz, the All-American safety. Defensively, Jackson, Dorsey, Favorite, and Pittman. Dorsey, back problems and a knee problem. Sanders, Beckwith, who's missed the last 2 games, and Highsmith. And in the secondary, Zenon, McCray, Stelz, and Jackson.
Dorsey's already taken himself out of the football game.
Wow. More on that in a moment. 3rd down and 9. Across the middle, Hillis. It'll be 4th down. Let's talk about Glenn Dorsey.
He was very tender in warm-ups. I watched him specifically. It could be the back. It could be, that's what was tender at the end of last game. He visibly warmed up slowly and carefully in warm-ups. Went out there for a couple plays and took himself out. Looked like he was limping either with the back or still from that knee.
On 4th down, Jeremy Davis is on the punt, and Chad Jones, who's becoming something special as a football player for LSU, awaits it at the 25. Here's Davis's punt into the wind, and it takes an Arkansas pop and will come to a rest at the 27-yard line. 38-yard punt, nothing on the return. And Matt Flynn and the LSU Tigers will take the field for the 2nd time, up by 3.
It's so great that Sonic has his happy hour, half-price drinks,
Good drill, man.
I'm glad you told me about it. Yeah, why are you drinking to get the straw in your mouth there while you're talking there?
We only have 2 hours, man. I want to maximize my drinking time.
Yeah, but when you talk, you can take the straw out of your mouth.
You're further away from me. That's precious lost time.
Happy hour at Sonic. Over 168,000 fountain drink and slush combinations, like our Cherry Limeade. Half price from 2 to 4 p.m. every day, because Sonic is your ultimate drink stop.
Do the right thing. They call it being responsible. When it's a car insurance company, they call it Liberty Mutual. Responsibility. What's your policy? Liberty Mutual.
You hear that? What? I think I hear reindeer.
Come on, everybody! Let's go! All right! A new table stop for me? Are you kidding? Way to go, Santa!
Get a 4-burner stainless gas grill for only $179, or an 18-volt Ryobi 4-piece combo for $59. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
Oh, look, there's a ladder, too.
If you really want to know the secrets of the rich and famous, ask the nanny.
Are you capable of murder?
New CSI Miami, CBS Monday.
Glenn Dorsey prowling anxiously on the sideline, victim of a chop block in the Auburn game that has continued to linger. Watch this first injury as they went deliberately. Well, I won't say deliberately. Well, they went at his knee.
Right, and it was a mix-up in protection, and everybody has absolved everyone about whether it was on purpose to injure. It wasn't. But Dorsey since then has struggled. Last week against Ole Miss, we did the game. We saw him pull up, spent most of the 4th quarter on the bench with a back injury, and now today he's been very tender. Here was the 2nd play for Dorsey. There he is, spot shadowed right there, lined up over the left guard. Now watch, he starts out, kind of goes very, very circle. Looks like his right hand went behind his back, didn't it?
Yes,
there, Vern?
it did. Well, we met with Glenn Dorsey last night. He assured us everything was okay. We met with his head coach, Les Miles, last night, who assured us that everything was okay. It ain't okay. 1st and 10. Backs in the eye. Up the middle, Jacob Hester.
He's okay.
Yes. Let's go down to Tracy Wolfson.
Guys, I spoke to LSU trainers about Dorsey before the game, and they told me it's not the knee that's bothering him right now, and it's not back spasms like they thought. It's actually a tailbone injury. They said it's sore, and the biggest concern is that it will lock up, so expect to see him moving a lot on the sideline, maybe even riding a bike to try and keep it loose. That's exactly what he's trying to do right now, walking the sideline to keep it loose.
All right, Trace, second down here. Handed off to Hester. He goes over to left tackle. Sawan Black and Herman Johnson opening the holes and picks up a first down and 10.
Well, you can see what LSU's going to do. Every time this team gets in trouble, they give the ball to number 18. And why not? They're going to pull their big tackle, Carnell Stewart, that time, and let number 18 find the weakness in the defense. Now, Reggie Herring, Arkansas's defensive coordinator, has an MO of coming up with new defenses, gimmicks, stunting. That's who Gary Croton likes to go to. When he needs a thinking play, he goes to number 18.
First down and 10, a 3-0 lead. Here's Hester again. He just plunges forward. Indefatigable Jacob Hester. Let's go back to the studio for this Liberty Mutual update. Here's Tim Brando.
Bird, thanks. Nebraska has seen an 11-point halftime lead evaporate. Cody Hawkins here to Dusty Sprague for what looked like a 23-yard touchdown pass. Sprague was ruled down at the 1. The Buffs scored on the very next play, missed the PAT. They're up by 9 in the third. Bird.
All right, Tim, and you know, as a resident of Colorado, what I noticed in the end zone was snow.
And then, so the skiers are happy.
Yes,
huh?
yes. Had a foot in Steamboat Springs earlier this week. There's the pass to Richard Dixon, your favorite target.
He really is. I mean, there's a triangle here for LSU between Hester, Dixon, and Doucette. And on the right side of the screen right there, you're going to see Dixon come off the line of scrimmage one-on-one. One-on-one on the free safety, Matt Hewitt. He is dependable. You know, they did not get the ball to him last week, and I think LSU says, why not? Why don't we throw the ball to him?
Now Hester moves to fullback and takes it up the middle. Keelan Williams was on as a tailback. This multi-diversified senior out of Shreveport, Jacob Hester. Blocks, runs, catches, special teams. Really is.
He had a great line, and I read in the paper where he said, you know, we had the #1 signing class until I signed at the end. We went from all 5 and 4 stars to 1 2-star. We went from #1 in the country to #2 because of me. It's a great line.
His high school teammate, John Booty, who quarterback at Southern Cal. Here's Keelan Williams, and it's going to be third. Jacob Hester.
Well, as Vern was talking about, I mean, we've seen him all year. This is our 33rd game in the last 2 years that we've done for these guys. But he is dependable #1 and versatile #2. You know, he does things, makes blocks, and look at his speed. Very underrated speed for this guy. We might have something about that a little later.
And he runs a 4.5. We looked at us last night and said, I might be a little faster. Third down. Nice. Brandon LaFell, who early in this season had a problem holding on to the ball, secures that one and picks up a first down at gain of 10.
Well, Arkansas came after LSU, and LSU held up well to give the opportunity to throw the ball inside, and that was good pitch and catch. This LaFell kid, he figures it out. He's going to be scary good. 210 pounds, 6'3" guy. He's just learning how to relax and play wide receiver.
First down at the 33, midway through the opening quarter. Second LSU possession of the ball game. Comes a blitz. Glenn goes left. Incomplete. Caught out of bounds. That was early Doucette. And it will be second and 10. Doucette missed 4 games, almost 5 complete games. He made a token appearance against Kentucky but he was out with a groin pull, and this passing game for this team improved dramatically when he came back.
Well, imagine that. I mean, you know, without your All-American wide receiver, they're still #1 in the country. He missed, what, 5 games?
2nd down and 10. Razorbacks look like they might be blitzing. And here's Keelan Williams, who stopped in the middle of the pile at the 31-yard line. Matt Hewitt makes the tackle. Well, this 25-man senior class, 16 of whom are redshirt seniors. 41 wins, 25 in the SEC, 3 10-plus win seasons, 2 West titles. What's missing? SEC Championship. And they will play in that game next Saturday against a yet-to-be-determined opponent, either Tennessee or Georgia. Charles Scott is on. Here's Flynn back. Right side, throws it away. Well, or sailed on him.
He didn't have much open there. You know, this is an interesting package. Arkansas came with, again, on 3rd down, a nickel or dime package with just 3 men rushing. They're playing coverage, and something that Reggie Herring doesn't show a lot of. He's playing a lot of coverage, safeties deep, and on 3rd down, just rushing 3 people.
Reggie Herring, who in a phone conversation on Tuesday must have said at least 7 times about the Mississippi State win, we gave up cheap, easy touchdowns.
Big ones, deep ones.
49-yard attempt for Colt David. Got plenty of distance. Perfect. He's having a memorable year, is Colt David. All-time single-season scoring leader in the history of LSU.
Toyota presents Heroes of the Fall.
So it was like a basic zone play, right? You know, the tackle kicked out the defensive end. Everybody had their blocks filled off, and I just hit up inside the hole. His cornerback, he was running out with the receiving. By the time he turned around and realized I was coming, it was too late already. It was just a great boost for me, you know, because I knew I'm critical point in the game, you know, the team needed. It's very memorable, you know, we got the rush for 321 yards, you know, it's something I've never had a 300 career yard rushing game. It was just a great feeling for me, and I know it's something I'm going to always remember. I tied an SEC rushing record with 321 yards. I was a hero of the fall.
Toyota, moving forward.
Something strange happens to people this time of year. They look for reasons to buy a new Toyota. We call it the Toyotathon phenomenon. And right now, Toyota is offering a phenomenal 0% APR financing on all new 2007 Tundras, the much-talked-about full-size truck that's changing it all. There's never been a better time to get the new Toyota you've always wanted or needed. Hurry in. The Toyotathon phenomenon is going on now.
But then Bobby said, like, why don't you take Samantha? But then Susie was all like, no, you can't do that because, Dad, this is really Old Mutual.
Bridge or tunnel?
Bridge, please. It's much more Old Mutual this time of day.
I want you to focus on one thing and one thing only. Protect the Old Mutual. You got that?
May sound strange now, but with our new thinking about your financial future, it won't for long.
It's completely Old Mutual.
If you say so.
Jacob Hester will be on the kickoff coverage team, and it's time now to take a look at Home Depot's tools for success. Here's the carpenter.
Well, in any league, in any sport nowadays, everyone's talking about speed. Well, here's the 2 sides of it. McFadden, we all know he's a burner. There's Jacob Hester at 4.5. Again, 4.3 to 4.5, just 1.8 yards. This guy gets you the tough yards. McFadden gets you the big yards. Both in their own way are as valuable to an offense, to their team, as 2 guys you could have in the country.
And the difference is 1.8 yards.
1.8 yards, or
go ahead and say it.
Many, many millions of dollars. 4 threes get paid a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly. You were in a neighborhood last night at 15 million.
Right.
Okay. Well, Jacob Hester is on the kick coverage team. Darren McFadden is on the kick return team, and boy, has that been a problem for him today.
Yeah, I tell you, one more fumble on the kickoff return team, and I may swap the $1 million to the other guy.
McFadden fumbled and lost the first kickoff of the day.
fumbled and recovered the second kickoff.
That's
and
2 straight times.
Yes.
Ball's blown off the tee.
So Sean Gaudet goes up. We may have to debate. Here's McFadden. This was the first kickoff return.
That was a nothing. This was next to nothing.
Now they're going to have somebody come up and hold the ball. Jai Eugene, who was the subject of a recruiting war between LSU and Michigan.
Yeah,
exactly.
A lot of blog talk about that one. Vern tells me he's learned to find the blogs.
Listen, I am an internet browser to behold. Glenn Dorsey not going out on the field. Let's check in with Tracy Wolfson.
That's right, guys. His back is already tightening up on him, and like last week, they've applied a heating pad on it. I was told he will sit this series out and see how he feels.
All right, Trace, thank you.
Well, that is, and remember now, that's not just Dorsey. LSU had lost Charles Alexander, their other starting defensive tackle, early in the year. So now they're down to tackles number 3 and 4.
Drake Nevis is in there. Here's McFadden on the direct snap. Goes left. Good job by Chad Jones.
A special player. I mean, you can see it. I watched him against Alabama play a tremendous football team, a true freshman, big number 3. He's a safety that runs like the wind, baseball player, and, you know, Les Miles told us last night, was interesting, a very good tackler. Now, I wouldn't have put that in you know, I don't see him enough to know if he's a good tackler, but you can see his potential, and Les told us he may be the best free safety that has ever come through this place.
And that includes LaRon Landry. And Stelz at safety as well. Here's Hillis. And he's going to be stopped. That will bring up 3rd down. Kirsten Pittman. Well, he's one of the seniors on this team. And this year of accomplishment may mean as much to him as anyone, because he missed 2 full seasons. And now Pittman healthy and contributing. Had those injury problems, illness, and back for his final home game this afternoon. Darren McFadden.
Dick at the bottom of the field.
Here's Felix Jones, gets the handoff and goes right. They were waiting for it. Jonathan Zenon stayed home and gathered Felix Jones in.
Well, you can see LSU is way more prepared with their game plan this year for these speed sweeps from the Wild Hog. You know, you've got a secondary, and Zenon's right here at the top of the screen. He's just going to stay at home. He's not playing man-to-man defense. He's playing zone. That allows him to peek in and stay there and stop that speed sweep.
Jeremy Davis punts it deep and out of bounds on the right side. So back-to-back 3-and-outs for the Arkansas Razorbacks. And Matt Flynn, 5th-year senior, getting ready to come back on. Senior day, Matt Flynn out of Tyler, Texas. Jacob Hester out of Shreveport. Glenn Dorsey from Gonzales.
Trust. It's everything. Nobody hands out trust. Talent is one thing. Combine talent with people you trust, and you will walk on that court with a level of respect no one can match.
The Hartford, a company built on nearly 200 years of trust. Ask your advisor what the Hartford can do to help you plan for your future. Because you're not preparing to retire. You're preparing to live.
Do you have what it takes to get a great deal? The latest phones are on sale at Verizon Wireless. They come with America's most reliable wireless network, and they're going fast. So get to a store by November 26th. If you can. The gifts you gotta have are at Verizon Wireless. Versatile Samsung phones like the Multimedia Gleam, the Juke Music Player, and the stylish U740. Hurry, sale ends Monday. Verizon Wireless.
Found the perfect tree.
Really?
It comes with a present.
A Christmas gift from Kay Jewelers means that every diamond is hand selected to match beautifully. She'll absolutely love it.
This the one, ma'am?
This is the one.
Every kiss begins with Kay.
They pick up touchdowns.
pick up the pucks and pick up their teams. Enterprise salutes NCAA student athletes for picking us all up. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
The one person she's most like
Your daughter sees ghosts, okay?
is the one person Melinda can't help. New Ghost Whisperer, CBS tonight.
It's easy to beat the crowds and save big when you shop online at the CBS Sports Store. All officially licensed NFL team apparel and gear is 20% off. Check it out now at cbssportstore.com. Reasons to cheer if you're a Tiger fan. They're up 6-0, and they've got the ball. High formation. This is Hester.
Isn't it funny? I was just thinking the opposite, Vern. I was thinking there's reason to be concerned if you're an LSU fan. They've been handed the ball twice. They could not get it in the end zone. And they've got their All-American defensive tackles sitting on the bench. I would be saying, can we hold up? That's what I would be saying. They got to win the game. Getting to the SEC Championship on a loss is going to be devastating to this football team.
Well, number one in the BCS, and seems all but certain that if they do win here and win next week, they will be one of the two teams in the championship game. Here's Matt Flynn. LaFell, but short of the first down at the 29-yard line. Good tackle almost from behind.
Yeah, Matero Richardson, that's what they do. They run with you, and they are going to make tackles, and they're going to challenge you to go vertical on them. Those crossing routes that work well against zone coverage, you better put them on the money. Watch, coming from behind, little type of they call it a cross bingo. We used to call it cross pick play right there. You see how LaFell slowed down, waited for the pick, and then went out.
Ricky Dixon, number 10, making a rare appearance offensively. He's bottom of the screen. Matt Flynn, Doucette in and through his hands. Well, the current BCS standings as we await the punt. LSU on top. Followed by Kansas. Of course, they take on Missouri tomorrow night in Kansas City. And what happened to Arizona State?
I know what happened to Arizona State. Something that might happen to anybody that plays USC. They're coming on strong.
You don't think Pete Carroll at this point would be an advocate of a playoff season?
You bet. You bet. Nobody would want to play them right now. They are healthy and they are running on all cylinders.
He would be a believer. And here's the punt, first of the day. Jarrell Norton down at the 20. Good downfield coverage. 53-yard punt, one on the return Monday on CBS. How I Met Your Mother goes where no other comedy has gone before. The Victoria's Secret Fashion Show. Heidi Klum guest stars on the all-new How I Met Your Mother Monday at 8, 7 Central on CBS.
Of course, he's going to give it a try again.
All right, number 72 on there at right tackle. Drake Nevis is next to him. Tyson Jackson and Pittman are the two ends. This is Hillis in motion. Hand off to McFadden. 5 yards.
And you can see the strategy that Arkansas is going to use. Their offensive line is very physical inside, and they're going to run the ball. You got an injured defensive tackle. Let's run right at that defensive tackle spot. We can't go wide. You might want to try to hammer inside, bring the LSU defense in a bit, and then try to go outside.
Second down 5. McFadden goes right this time. It'll be 3rd and 2. Luke Sanders, number 35, makes the tackle.
Well, historically, the last, with Houston Nutt's offenses, there has not been a more physical offense running the ball in the SEC in the last 5-6 years than Houston Nutt's offenses. He's going to turn it to them right now and challenge them. Say, listen, they're not giving us the wide stuff. We got to go right at them.
See what they have in mind on 3rd and 2. This is a team that averages 289 yards on the ground. They'll throw it. Casey Dick into the right flat, in and through the hands of Marcus Monk. And so for the 3rd time, Arkansas 3 and out.
The ball was dropped a bit, but Jonathan Zenon did a great job, I think, of poking it loose. Watch, wide open, watch Zenon poke the ball. He kind of did. There was kind of maybe a chance for a double catch, but Zenon got there just in time to make sure he couldn't.
Jeremy Davis is on to punt. And Chad Jones moves up now to the 35-yard line. High and short. High and very short. That one just made the 50. A 22-yard punt. Doubleheader for you on Sunday. The lead game early. Oakland at Kansas City. Houston at Cleveland. Jacksonville, Cincinnati also at home. Then the Broncos at Chicago. And Baltimore at San Diego in the late game. It'll all begin with James Brown and his fellow travelers. The NFL today, Sunday at noon Eastern time.
This is something new wrinkle. Very deep right here. Yep, they're going to throw him the ball.
Now we know why.
Yep.
And Dorsett dropped it, but he was out of bounds.
Throwing the bubble screens, a little easier throw for the quarterback to lead him upfield if you move that wide receiver back so you can lead him forward. And you can do that. Newness is okay in one game, but if you do it over and over and over again, people start to pick it up.
Gain of 4, second down and 6. Now LaFell and Doucette go wide to the left. Sean Jordan is the fullback. Keelan Williams is the running back. And Williams gets it. Oh, baby. Adrian Davis was right there. It'll be 3rd and long.
Adrian Davis, a linebacker last year who they beefed up. I think that's him right there. Has his hand down. Nobody kind of runs right through a non-block by Sean Jordan that time. Boy, just kind of danced around it. And now, 3rd and long, Reggie Herring, I think, will come with that 3-man package that has been good for him so far. 3 down linemen.
Demetrius Byrd breaks wide to the left side. They're 5 wide. And an empty backfield. There are 3 down, 4 come. Flynn goes deep. Battle for it in double coverage, and I believe the catch is no.
Dropped it.
No. Chris Mitchell, number 86.
That ball hung so much. I'm surprised Kevin Woods, the safety, didn't get there sooner. Chris Mitchell had it for a while. Michael Grant's right there. It's kind of in between 3 people, and as he comes down, boy, I'll tell you, he might have had that, Vern.
Yeah.
That might be reviewable. He has that ball, and then it's ripped out. That might be a reviewable play.
There is no stoppage.
Nope. Wow.
And so the punt goes deep. Norton will let it go into the end zone. Touchback. This one comes out to the 20. Well, despite ridiculously positive field position for the LSU Tigers, they have posted only a 6-point lead.
Not only that, Arkansas's run 9 plays, 3 and outs.
Right.
And it's 6-0. I think if you're Arkansas, you're saying we can do something here.
Glenn Dorsey back on the field. 1st down and 10. Razorbacks offensively still look for their first down. Here's McFadden. And a very positive run of 7 yards on 1st down. We'll go back to New York and spend a moment with Tim Bray.
All right, Vern, Mississippi State has looked sluggish today, but they're trying to improve their bowl options against Ole Miss in the Egg Bowl. Wesley Carroll to Anthony Dixon to make it a 14-7 game, under 8 minutes remaining. There are 10 SEC bowl eligibles already this year.
Well, it's a crowded congregation, isn't it? This is Peyton Hillis in motion. Reverse. London Crawford comes left, and Arkansas gets his first down. Now, Darren McFadden and Felix Jones, about as good a tandem as you'll find in college football.
Maybe as good as I've ever seen on one team, to be able to break runs and give you the home run threat from 2 guys. Usually you get very, very different players, but these two guys, you saw McFadden. Felix Jones is kind of everybody knows about him now, but for a while he was an unknown gem.
Both over 1,000 yards again for this year. And there's the first down effort. It's McFadden. He runs into Gary Beckwith.
You got to give it to this LSU defense. I mean, you know, the more you watch them, they get nicked and bumped, but they've got a lot of weapons, and with Beckwith in there, they think they can stop that run up the middle.
We've reached the end of one at Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge. 6-0 LSU. We'll return to Baton Rouge after this message and a word from your local station.
They use it to shoot the game. They use it to broadcast the game. They use it to produce the game.
The main man on the field today is Peyton Manning.
So why wouldn't you use it to watch the game?
It's Peyton Manning.
Nice Sony. Scoot over a bit, will you?
Nothing compares to a Sony Bravia HD TV because high definition is in our DNA.
Anybody got any chips?
What are you doing?
Making a call.
To who?
Allstate.
You want to think about that?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Idiot.
Someone you love may be a numismatist, a coin collector who needs your help. Give them the presidential $1 coin proof set from the United States Mint. Visit usmint.gov. Genuinely worthwhile. Cold Case, Sundays on CBS.
Tender, juicy chicken breast, crispy bacon, creamy ranch. The Ranch BLT Premium Chicken Sandwich. Only at McDonald's.
To the Mercedes-Benz winter event now through January 2nd and see all the exciting rides we have to offer. There's sure to be something for every wish list.
Thompson Electric Sign, the sign of success. For any kind of sign you need, turn to Thompson to help your company succeed. Turn to Thompson. Thompson guarantees the best. You should accept nothing less. Thompson Electric Sign, sign of success.
You know those stories you hear? A high school kid takes a job at McDonald's and years later leaves thousands. You believe those stories? I did.
You're watching WAFB Channel 9, Louisiana Sports Channel.
Thunder and lightning, handful of hammer. They've been called a lot of things, most of them very positive.
Fast and faster?
Well, the fastest is on the bench right now. That's Darren McFadden, and Felix Jones is on 2nd and 9 at the Arkansas 33 as we get set for the start of the second quarter. Glenn Dorsey is back on the field. Battling, as Tracy reported, a tailbone problem. 6-0 is the score. Vern Lundquist, Gary Danielson, Tracy Wilson. Dick for the audible. Jones darts to the outside. Well, if there is one positive that we have seen in this ballgame, it is this LSU defense.
Well, at every layer, we've been saying this all year, they've got playmakers, and today they're making the plays. I think they're rallying behind Dorsey, to tell you the truth. They know he's hurting, he's out there playing, and they are making plays, maybe protecting him. Arkansas right now, David Lee, their offensive coordinator, searching for something. He cannot hang his hat on anything right now. Can't throw the ball, can't run the ball wide, and, you know, he's kind of can't run it between the tackles very well. That's a problem.
3rd down and 9. Casey Dick back, throws it low at the feet of Felix Jones. And Tyson Jackson was right there anyway, so it will be 4th down.
So they've had one reverse that has basically worked, you know, for a 1st down, almost a trick 'em play, and that's all that has worked against this defense for LSU. It looks to me like they've got a bead on Arkansas's offense today.
Jeremy Davis to punt for the 4th time.
Another bad one.
Very short, right. Out of bounds. There's the dreaded march.
Yep.
44-yard line.
Back-to-back shanks to the right.
23 yards on this one. He improved by 1 yard. Time call.
Dude.
Your entire business could learn to minimize risks. Well, off the course anyway, because change happens. Zurich.
Introducing the all-new Nissan Rogue with an intelligent key that never has to leave your pocket. And a hands-free Bluetooth phone system. It's a whole new crossover from Nissan. The all-new Nissan Rogue. Game on.
Tonight, Dave's got Meryl Streep. Plus, would you like to pat me down? Stump the Band. And True Tales of Late Show Interns.
Dave sure looks a lot different without makeup.
Hello.
Well, let's talk about the BCS top 5 in the preseason rankings. Kansas and Missouri not ranked in the preseason and currently ranked 2nd and 4th.
That must be a hint about something, shouldn't it?
Well, guess who's here? The Duck has reappeared. And that leads us to the athletic trivia question. Which team was the first to be unranked in the preseason Associated Press poll and go on to win the national championship? You'll have moments to think about it. 1st down and 10. Flynn, left side, caught. Demetrius Byrd across the 50. Tackled at the 49-yard line. Junior college transfer who has really emerged as one of the standout receivers for this LSU team.
Now you watch next time that Matt Flynn gets that look. It was 4 across the board. Safeties were lined up man-to-man. There's going to be a hitch or go or a slant and go pretty soon here because Arkansas defensive backs are biting on every short route.
4 down for the Razorbacks. Here's the handoff to Hester. He comes left. It'll be 3rd down.
You know, we've been to a lot of games here this year at LSU. This crowd is just so kind of quiet. I don't know if the tension of the big game, the story about the head coach, Dorsey's in, just everything. They're just dead here, aren't they?
You know what, Houston Nuts, maybe we can sneak in. It's the Friday after Thanksgiving.
Right.
They're still eating leftovers. They're sleepy.
Seems that way.
It does. I totally agree. 3rd down and 3. Flynn back. Nice block. Nice catch. Demetrius Byrd had to get on the elevator. But Flynn had time because he got a terrific block from his running back.
I'll tell you, you get your running backs to give you time, you're going to see. And it wasn't Hester that time. It came from the backside. Scott did it, and man, just tumbled somebody. A little bit of easy play-action pass, pitch and catch. And now watch, pretty soon, right now they got that man look again if they don't go out and up or hitch and go.
On first down, Flynn back.
There it goes, hitch and go.
Didn't have a chance.
Wow.
Freddie Fairchild, number 44. And he gets through to sack Flynn.
You can watch it. It's going to be a hitch and go to the outside. Flynn steps back, just turn loose. Fairchild just comes in there. You cannot. Now this one, I called it would be a hitch and go. Watch this. Hitch and go. Nice coverage also by Arco. See how he cuts him off right there by Richardson? Nice job by Richardson. But you could see that play being set up all the way.
Second down and 17. Scott stays in. He's alongside Matt Flynn. Three-man rush, and they'll keep it on the ground and set up a third down 11 at the 40-yard line. And a field goal becomes much more problematic going this way. That's into a very stiff breeze. They're still well outside of field goal position, but should it get to that?
Yeah. And right now, you wonder if Arkansas is going to come back with that three-man line. LSU is going to counter bringing in Hester because he's a good pass protector.
Got a glimpse of Reggie Herring on the far side, rushing yards. Nothing outstanding by either. Third and 13. Two-man rush. Deep in the middle, caught. No, dropped by LaFell. Not dropped really. I think it may have been knocked away, but boy, had he held on.
Slightly behind. Square in. Matt Flynn was very fortunate here because there was a robber. See the robber come right across there? The ball was behind. The robber player almost gets that ball. It was Rashad Johnson, number 35. Almost gets that ball. You put the robber defense. You play man to the outside, and you put a roving safety about 18 yards. And Johnson almost got it.
Reggie Fish awaits the punt. This one will go to the 5.
Stop.
Oh, my. What a punt.
I can guarantee you one thing, Vern. Reggie Fish was not going to back up and catch that punt.
No. Memories of the SEC Championship game a year ago when he watch this at the end. This thing had a little backspin.
Sure did. Hester's out there again on the right side, number 18. He's all over the football field.
CBS Sports coverage of the Home Depot SEC will continue after this word from your local station.
Moonlight tonight on CBS.
Yellow fella, you don't scare me with that yellow wood.
You'd feel different if you were rot, decay, or termites. Now pipe down, McCully. Get back in there. McCully.
For the last time, there is no lunch on this list.
Did you try dinner? With a D? Hey, there's breakfast! Why'd he get in?
Because breakfast now has biscuits and gravy. A warm buttermilk biscuit smothered in savory sausage gravy. And breakfast gets served all day. The most important meal served all day.
People look up to a craftsmanship, Bricks Incorporated. People look up to a roofing, we craft each job with care. Shingles, metal, slate, or tile, the quality beyond compare. Raise your standards, set them high. Don't choose grids, and here is why. People look up to our craftsmanship, Bricks Incorporated.
You're watching WAFB Channel 9, Louisiana's sports channel.
Tonight on CBS, Christopher Lloyd guest stars on Friday's #1 show. Catch a new Numbers tonight at 10, 9 Central on CBS. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, day after Thanksgiving, 6-0. LSU, the top-ranked team in the land. Now the LSU faithful in that end zone trying to encourage their defense. And here is Darren McFadden coming right.
Fumbled
again. That's 3.
Wow. Bounced right back to him. This is a very interesting play out of the goal line. Arkansas hustled up to the line of scrimmage and quick snapped it. Caught LSU flat-footed. You know, this is the type of play you might kind of just break for the whole thing. McFadden, again, always holds the ball in his left hand. Gets popped and jumps right back on it, but did get a first down.
12-yard gain, first down at the 15-yard line. Play fake, Dick goes deep left side, man coverage. Chevis Jackson, and a flag is thrown. Marcus Monk, the intended receiver.
Well, we had heard that Monk has been nicked all year. Remember, he's had 2 knee surgeries this year, and you can see he does not have the pop or the burst in his thing. And Jackson gets called.
Number 21, defense.
That might get the crowd going a little bit, huh?
Yeah. Iffy. Pass interference on Chevis Jackson.
Yeah, that was kind of pretty good technique, it seemed to me. I mean, the ball was, you run your guy to the sideline. Now remember, where was that called from again?
In front of the Arkansas bench.
Yeah, if you're going to throw that, you're better off throwing that in front of your own bench.
Marcus Monk and Robert Johnson break out to the left side. Hillis will go in motion now from right to left and come back to lead the block around the right side out to the 35-yard line. McFadden runs into Tyson Jackson. Interesting play. Now Darren McFadden has just passed Bo Jackson.
It's a good name.
Yes, indeed. And he's in pursuit of Kevin Falk for the all-time rushing list. Kevin Falk, who played at LSU, second to Herschel Walker. McFadden, here's the Wild Hog formation. McFadden rolls back to throw, deep and overthrown. Lucas Miller, the intended receiver. McFadden, who has thrown 6 touchdowns, 3 this year.
A little Tebow action right here. He's going to fake it from the Wild Hog, then go in, play action pass, and then let her rip. Now watch, he gives it a little Brett Favre overthrow. He kind of runs away. You ever see Brett after he throws the ball? He has all that body English. Now watch him have this body English on this thing. He just looks at it, wasn't there.
Felix Jones, he's there. Man, oh man, what talent met backfield.
Yes. And that is exactly what Bo Pelini told me he fears the most is you fit, you do your job, and then all of a sudden you get one step out of a lane and bang, those guys can turn in a 20, 30, 40-yard run on you. You know, Felix Jones has had 12 runs of over 30 yards this year. There's number 13.
Well, there's his average per carry. Number 1 in the country. He had 31 on that one, and this is McFadden back in there. Talked with Felix Jones and Darren McFadden on Tuesday, and Felix Jones said, no, I'm not jealous of him at all. If I had a vote, I'd vote for him for the Heisman. They get along famously. They dressed up as a result of a fan vote as Fred Flintstone and Barney Rubble at Halloween this year on a fundraiser, 2nd down and 6. LSU's kind of blitz. Play action, left side, and the pass is complete at the 23-yard line. Well, the fans were allowed to vote. If you wanted to dress up as Flintstone and Rubble and Proceeds of a fundraiser went to the boys clubs in Little Rock, where Darren is from, and Tulsa. Felix Jones. The second place vote was Sonny and Cher.
You asked him, didn't you?
I asked Darren McFadden, would you have been Sonny or Cher? And he said, the fans wanted me to be Cher because of my legs.
He's got expensive legs.
McFadden on third down. And timeout called by Arkansas just prior to the snap.
Arkansas, first charge timeout of the half.
8:06 to go first half. First serious Arkansas threat of the game.
Part of being a great player is having great vision. So when it came time for me to get a new TV, I got a Vizio. It's clear, it's crisp, it gives me all the details I'm used to seeing on the field. My Vizio makes me feel like I'm right in the game.
He thought him napping. Now it's nothing wrong. 40-quarter block, 45.
Better.
Get in the game with the new Vizio, America's #1 LCD HD TV company.
Nissan engineers know the backbone of any truck is its frame. That's why the Nissan Titan's frame is fully boxed. Unlike competitors' C frames that are prone to flexing, our box frame is the strongest truck frame we've ever built. Just one more reason, it's the Titan of trucks. The new 2008 full-size Nissan Titan. Now get up to $5,000 total cash back or 0.9% APR financing.
Hope I don't miss work this Christmas.
Yeah, how will you pay for things like food, electricity,
Bingo bills?
Gadzooks! You need a backup plan. That's why we have Aflac.
So I'll have cash to help pay bills.
Right, but what if you're still not better by Christmas?
Aflac. Ask about it at work. Rudolph's better.
But now Blitzen's sick.
To win this leg of the race, teams need a little rhythm. Critics call Amazing Race an addictive adrenaline rush. New episode, CBS Sunday after 60 minutes.
Tim Brando in New York as rivalry week rolls on. Mississippi State's Derek Pegues, 74-yard punt return for the Bulldogs to tie the game at 14 as they try to improve their bowl stock and make it the beautiful downtown Shreveport in the Independence Bowl. Back to Vernon Gary.
All right. Sounds like a plug for Tim Brando's hometown to me.
He'll be there?
Yeah. He's there every week.
He's
third down and inches. Yes.
Third and inches.
Dorsey is out. McFadden is the deep back. Hillis. They give it to Hillis, and he appears to easily have a first down at the 21-yard line. Peyton Hillis. David Lee was talking about this fella who was injured last year and said he has tremendous hands.
Yes. Runs a 4.5 40, goes about 245 pounds. He's their leading receiver. He has played some tailback this year. We didn't see him last year when they made that run to the SEC West. He was injured, and we're getting a chance to peek at what type of football player he is today.
First down and 10. And McFadden is in the spread. Quick flip out to the left. Felix Jones. So there's Fred Flintstone to Barney Rubble, and they picked up about 6.
See, that's a matchup because of formation. You get Felix Jones on Craig Stelz. You're going to run the fake right here. You throw it out. Easy play. Now, look, one-on-one. Felix Jones and a free safety right there, Craig Stelz. That's a good matchup for Arkansas. It gets them a positive play. Only 5 here, but potential to be more.
This drive began at the 3-yard line. 9th play of the drive. Michael Smith, with tiny running back, is in there. Had to wait. Touchdown easily.
Boom. Wow.
Darren McFadden, 16 yards. And we're tied for the moment at 6. A 97-yard drive.
Yeah, Robert Felton did a good job of fitting in there and just slashing in and making a play. And you get that guy going north and south. Not going to tackle him like that.
Alex Tejada to give Arkansas the lead.
timing was kind of messed up here. Smith had to stop, but once number 5 got started, and again, that's the fear when you're playing this guy. You get your linebackers in the wrong spot, he gashes you, and all of a sudden Arkansas said they were up 7-6.
Here, you need NyQuil for that cold. Yeah, you'll sleep like a bit. Sleep like you did before the rooster went blind.
NyQuil, cold relief for a great night's sleep.
You only retire once. Providing you do it right.
You know, I think it's great that Sonic took one of our favorite foods, mac and cheese, and made it portable in these mac and cheese snacks. You know, remember we used to eat mac and cheese all the time when we first got married?
I don't remember that.
What?
I'm the kind of guy who lives in the now, honey.
Wow, how do you even know that I'm your wife?
I don't. I just think, hey, who's this chick with me all the time? She's pretty easy on the eyes. Don't blow it.
Mac and cheese snacks, new at Sonic. Drive in and start snacking with an old favorite served up a whole new way. And stop by Sonic for happy hour. Half-price drinks and slushes every day from 2 to 4 p.m.
Only the Nissan Titan has a Utilitrack cargo system and the longest crew cab bed in its class. You choose the tie-down points, you choose the angle. Because Nissan thinks when you put something in your bed, it should stay there. The new 2008 full-size Nissan Titan, the Titan of trucks. Now get up to $5,000 total cash back or 0.9% APR financing.
Tim Brando in New York. Coming up with the Geico halftime report, Spencer and Archie Manning will join me to catch you up on all of the action, including Colorado scoring 34 straight points against Nebraska. Hugh Charles taking this one in. It's now 58-41 with just a little time remaining. Back to Arkansas LSU.
Now it's time for the playbook presented by the Hartford.
Misdirection. Watch Jacob Kara right there. Middle linebacker. Watch what the motion does. He goes the wrong way. That allows the other side to get one key block. Nate Garner comes off and makes a block on Ollie Highsmith. One linebacker runs the wrong way. The other linebacker gets blocked. Who can make the tackle?
Nobody. Nobody. Air. So Les Miles prowls the sideline now with his team trailing by 1. And Bo Pelini in the face of Jacob Catrera.
And if anybody doesn't think Turkey keeps you lazy and slow and quiet, just listen to this crowd. It is really quiet here. Nothing. Dead.
Ryan Vavra kicks off. Keelan Williams takes it 2 yards in and starts to come left. But a stiff arm, he's out to the 25. Tigers do not have Trendon Holiday available today. He had a kickoff return last week and in the process suffered an ankle injury. Well, it's time now to answer the Aflac trivia question. Which team was the first to be unranked in the preseason AP poll? All of you who thought it might have something to do with LSU, stand up.
I thought it would too, right?
1958. And there were others, Minnesota amongst them, and Miami in 83. First down and 10. Here's Flynn back. Goes deep. LaFell a little too high. And LaFell was open. Michael Grant defending.
Michael Grant is an interesting football player. He started his first couple years as a corner. He moved to free safety last year. He was injured about the 6th, 7th, 8th game, and that was tough for Arkansas, but he's moved. That move back to corner by Arkansas has really solidified this defense.
Second down and 10. Flynn, modest numbers today, 6 of 15, and no completions over 10 yards. Second down and 10. They fake the reverse and hand it off right side to Jacob Hester, and it's going to set up another 3rd and long for LSU.
You must, if you're playing against Arkansas, be precise in your pass routes. I've watched them now for a couple years. They can gang up and make you look bad because if you run those curves on pass routes and don't break sharply and throw a good ball, you'll be covered. You must work very hard and be precise in your passing game.
4 wideouts, 3rd and 6. is right, and again the ball is high. Doucette does make the catch, although the Arkansas folks are arguing that he was bobbling the ball.
He looks hurt to me, doesn't he?
Indeed.
Now that's the way to run a sharp pass route for Doucette. He kind of stuck the football out there as he came down. Well, he got back up. Maybe broke a chin strap like before, but you know, it looked like he looked up, looked at his leg, and saw something.
As we said, he missed 5 games with a groin pull.
He is pointing to that right groin again. Jeez. LSU, early Doucette. This offense struggled without him. You see how he stretched out there for that, and he lays the ball out. He stood up. He stood up, didn't he?
And he was looking where the spot was, and then went down. We'll be right back.
We represent the Coke brand, and we would love to somehow bring some kind of legal action against Coke Zero.
There might be some taste infringement issues.
There's really no legal concepts of a company bringing a lawsuit against itself.
If this is the king of the jungle, they're acting like the toucan that's on the branch, real colorful and preening, and showing off, and hey, look at us. I want to take a stick and knock that toucan off the branch.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da.
Hey guys.
We have a little announcement to make. We
He went to Jared.
Oh, he went to Jared.
He
went to Jared.
He went to Jared.
He went to Jared.
Jared has 5 times the selection of ordinary jewelry stores with thousands of loose diamonds and hundreds of settings to create your own one-of-a-kind ring.
He went to Jared.
I know. He went to Jared. Jared, the Galleria of Jewelry.
If you've ever been tempted to watch King.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
I'm Simone. Complimentary welcome gift.
Early Doucette did pick up the first down, but strange at the end of the play.
He gets up and he feels like his leg or knee or whatever tweaks him, and he just crumbles. But he did run back to his own bench, so looks like it was just a scare. You know, these guys, we've seen, Matt Flynn do it. We've seen Hester do it. I wonder if it was an equipment thing again. You know, remember that? The chin strap and the dirt in the helmet for Hester?
Yeah, twice. First down and 10. Play fake. Flynn still has it. Lobs it out. Oh, slippery. Richard Dixon. And let's go back to New York once again. Here is Tim Brandon.
Vernon, Gary, when you're winless in the SEC, these things happen to you. Mississippi State gets 17 unanswered. A 48-yard field goal by Adam Carlson, and they win it. The Egg Bowl is theirs, and who knows what bowl is next. Ed Orgeron winless, but all reports are he will not lose his job in Oxford.
Well, that's what we heard when we were there last week. We also heard Ed Orgeron say, Tim, we must win. And they blew a 14-0 lead today. Matt Flynn keeps it.
I'll tell you, this Weston Dacus, number 30 in the middle of this middle linebacker, is very, very active. You know, the Arkansas linebackers run around blocks a lot. They gamble, they hit gaps, and they're all sound tacklers.
3rd and 8. Houston Nutt. Talk about conjecture and rumor. The speculation that this might be his final regular season game has been rampant. Here's Flynn across the middle. Dropped again. Wow. Well, Houston Flynn, who grew up in Houston Nutt, rather, grew up in Little Rock. 2nd winningest coach ever behind Frank Broyles. 3 times got them into the SEC Championship game. Last year they were 10-1 going into this game.
We were talking to him, and it looks to me like Houston Nutt is wanting a vote of confidence. He's wanting an extension. If he's going to stay here and do it, he wants more years on his contract.
Well, he's got a contract extension a year ago to 2012. There's a flag down at the 20-yard line. And a reminder that we've got the Geico halftime report coming up with Archie Manning joining Spencer and Tim in the New York studios, and they'll not only get you up to date on what's going on today, but
Illegal block in the back. Number 46, return team. 10-yard penalty, first down.
And so, it didn't hamper Arkansas when they were deep a moment ago.
A push from the back, and you're right. Remember, they came out, Arkansas did, with that quick snap with McFadden, and then they just kind of, as an old Purdue guy, Hank Stram used to say, matriculated it right down the field, didn't they?
Yes, he did. Dorsey is out.
Quick snap again.
Yep, here they come. On first down, they toss it. Darren McFadden. And a flag comes down. McFadden with 60 yards on 10 carries. He's also completed a couple of passes.
They put the receivers out far, then they run to the line of scrimmage and snap it. It worked first time coming out of the end zone. This time there was a hold inside.
Number 66, offense. Half the distance to the goal. Repeat first down.
That's Mitch Petrus, the left guard, number 66.
We remember Mitch last year when he played glorified blocking guard from the backfield. Remember that?
Yes. Writing a book called My Days as a Hawk Fullback.
Here it is again. They're going to come out really quick.
There's the toss to McFadden. Hillis with a block. McFadden is down. And let's go back once again to Tim Brando.
All right, Vern. Aggies and Longhorns. Watch the shoddy tackling by Texas here as Stephen McGee swings it out to Mike Goodson. Supposed to be down, right? He's not. 35 yards to touchdown. Remember, Texas needs this win to stay up with Oklahoma with a shot at winning the Big 12 South. Of course, Oklahoma plays Oklahoma State coming up in the Bedlam Series. Vern, back to you.
All right, Tim, thank you. Second down, 12. Dick finds Robert Johnson at the 15-yard line. That's going to set up a third down.
Very interesting. Casey Dick has improved. There's no doubt watching him from last year to this year. David Lee talked to us, the offensive coordinator. He actually said what we needed to do.
Sideline warning. LSU. This is their first warning. It's third down.
Talking to us about Casey Dick, he said, we just needed to throw the ball more. They had run it so much here. Casey Dick needed to work on shortening his stride and just coming out on Sunday and playing pitch and catch. He said, I'd bring him out there and make him go out and throw the ball like it was Sandlot. They needed to do more and more throwing to get better.
In this game a year ago, he had horrendous numbers. 3 of 17 for 29 yards in that 31-26 thriller. Play fake, Dick looks deep left side, fires it, caught. Peyton Hillis with a first down at the 26-yard line. Craig Stilts makes the tackle.
Third down, you still run play action because everybody is still afraid that number 5 will get the ball. Casey Dick, you see it, the shorter stride. He's able to stay over the ball, stay on top of the ball, and get the ball downfield to what is a glorified fullback tight end. They use Peyton Hillis as a tight end H-back fullback.
Felix Jones is the running back now. He gets the handoff, comes right, and whistle before the snap. I'm just going back to...
Before the snap, ball start, number 61, offense. 5-yard penalty, still first down.
That's Robert Felton, who is a multi-talented offensive lineman. Felton, senior out of Houston.
You're right. He started all year at right guard. He's playing left tackle, and we understand he's the backup center.
Yes.
There's no other place to play.
Here's the Wild Hawk formation again. It's McFadden, and he hands it off left side. It's Hillis on first down, and Peyton Hillis gets a couple of yards. Remember McFadden in that game on Thanksgiving Friday last year, completed 2 of 2 and 182 yards, including an 80-yard sprint. He is a blur.
Yeah, he is a blur, and and you think you got him, and all of a sudden you're looking at his heels.
Still in the quarterback spot, or the shotgun. Here he goes, left side, Stelz. And it'll be third down. And Tracy Wolfson, you got something on Craig Stelz.
Yeah, that's right, the senior safety. You can tell he's hobbling a little bit out there. Well, he was back in the locker room earlier with a hamstring injury. They did some treatment, and he's just going to try and play through it. They'll do more treatment and evaluate him at the half.
All right, you see he's a finalist for best defensive back in the country. 6 interceptions. Ties him for the SEC lead. Now Casey Dick back in a quarterback on 3rd and 9. Zenon reaches a hand in and bats it away. 4th down. Robert Johnson was the intended receiver.
The LSU corners just do not fear the deep ball at all from these wideouts. Robert Johnson, an ex-quarterback. You can see Zenon all over that play. He knew he had a safety deep. He was not even worried about that ball going deep. Now, last 2 punts, what, 22-23?
Yep. 4th and 9. Chad Jones is back to return the punt. Much better. This one takes off, and Jones all the way back at the 20. And they nail him at the 23.5. 53-yard punt and 4 on the return. Now the Red Lobster Scholar Athlete of the day, and guess who? Jeremy Davis with a 3.34 grade point average in kinesiology. Red Lobster's commitment to the investment of our future shown today by donating $1,000 to the University of Arkansas's General Scholarship Fund.
Very tension-packed football game. You know, I really didn't think that LSU would kind of feel the tension, but they are feeling it here in this football game. Arkansas is very aggressive. Looks like LSU so far has been tentative.
On 1st down, up the middle. Jacob Hester. And we're under the 2-minute mark now. 7-6 Arkansas. They went 97 yards, and the touchdown came on a 16-yard Darren McFadden run. 2nd down, 3. Flynn batted down. He's having a really average day.
Sure is. And what's happening is the easy throws that LSU is used to getting are being taken away. He has to go downfield more. This one gets batted down. But everything that's been easy because LSU has been able to control the tempo in the game. Arkansas is controlling the tempo with their very aggressive defense.
Reggie Herring says, I got you. I can see you.
The problem is, just like McFadden, sooner or later when you gamble short on these short routes, someone's going to go deep and turn the field upside down on you.
Here's Flynn running for the 1st down and appears to be just short. I don't think he got a very favorable spot then. And would Les Miles pull the trigger here with only 1:27 to go? If it's short.
If not him, who?
If not now, when?
Exactly.
Well, famously, Miles went 5 for 5 calling 4th down plays in the win over Florida here. Well, it's a moot point.
Yep.
.127 to go. 1st down and 10. Les Miles, graduate of Michigan, 1976. Has a buyout in his current contract with LSU. A penalty of $1.5 million to be paid should he accept a head coaching offer at Michigan. Well, the job is open, and the speculation has been crazy around the country. Here's 1st down. Flynn deep across the middle. Intended for early Doucette. 2nd and 10. Now here he was as an offensive tackle, 74 and 75. Twice he served as an assistant coach there. 80-81 and 87-94. Great protege of the legendary Bo Schembechler. And the topic of a lot of speculation.
I can guarantee you, at least right now, it's not even close to what he's thinking about.
No. And again, Flynn is now 7 of 21.
This one was snuffed out, though. I mean, first of all, it was a fake screen to the left, and then Jarrell Norton, number 37, comes in and gets it to the right. Watch, fake screen to the left. That's taken away, then a screen to the right, and Norton beats Bird to the throw. And again, you must go downfield. The first down play, early Doucette was wide open. It was poorly thrown. You're not going to get those short throws like that against man-to-man.
3rd and 10. The top-ranked team in the country trailing Arkansas by 1. Flynn fires it deep, and it's incomplete. He's 7 of 22.
Oh, how about this? Got the Boo Birds going.
He's missed 8 of his last 9.
He was upset with himself as he rolled out. The momentum of the throw took it out of bounds, and that was just another misfire. He missed on 1st down. He missed on 3rd down. 2nd down, Arkansas outplayed him.
Jarrell Norton is back to return the punt. Patrick Fisher sends the ball to the 25-yard line. Excellent downfield coverage. And the Razorbacks will take over following the 41-yard punt at their own 26-yard line. Tonight on The Late Show, don't miss Meryl Streep plus Dave's in the audience with Stump the Man and true tales of Late Show interns tonight on CBS. Injured player is Curtis Taylor.
Yeah, he tweaked that ankle against Ole Miss and didn't know if he would play the whole football game. He did start. Looked like that ankle is bothering him again. Boy, the LSU players are just dropping right and left here, aren't they?
Yes.
It doesn't look like an ankle. Usually when they put something to your nose, that's not an ankle.
Is that
Purdue, a lot of years.
That's
a lot of years.
Purdue education coming to the forefront, huh?
Well, he kind of runs in. He got hit somewhere, either something to his eye, and he just falls down, and we right away think it's his ankle, but it was his nose. Now I think he cut his nose. You know what happens sometimes is you get your helmet jammed, and the rim of your helmet gets jammed into the bridge of your nose, and you get it cut up. Back when Vern played, those guys would run off the field with noses and stuff like that, right?
The no baseball days.
See if we can see what happens here.
Well, there he is. He got hit on the right side. Something happened just out of our view. See, that's a reason to buy an HD set.
Oh, you would have seen it?
Yeah, you'd have seen it in HD.
Well, let me say this. You wouldn't have seen much.
No.
I don't know if it's worth it to just watch that one. Try to pick out a better one before you sell an HD next time.
Well, you get the Masters Golf Tournament thrown in, you know. That's coming up in April. 1st down and McFadden.
No quarterback on the field.
McFadden straight up the middle. And who's a better quarterback, Tebow or McFadden?
You know, we kiddingly, it was funny, we were talking to Darren, and I said, Darren, I'm upset with you, because last year I was kidding Tebow that McFadden throws the ball better than you. And Timmy laughs at anything you say, basically. And now I'm on riding McFadden saying Tebow's a better thrower than you. And McFadden says, I don't know.
6 touchdowns. And he keeps it again. It'll be 3rd down. Well, they ran this wild hog formation 18 times in that. The best game they played this year was the win over South Carolina. And they've used it multiple times here in the first half. LSU total offense, 95 yards, and Glenn Dorsey, the All-American defensive tackle, limping off the field. Let's go down to Tracy, who's with Les Miles.
That's right, Coach. You had good field position all game, but you've been unable to capitalize. What's been the problem?
I'd like to have been able to put those two red zone possessions in for 7 each, but the defense stiffened. We didn't execute a couple times, and we ended up with 3s. You know, they make a nice run back into the half to get 7. So just a game that we might expect.
As you mentioned, your defense, though, doing a good job. However, the injury to Dorsey looks like he's been struggling all game with that. Craig Steltz, a hamstring injury. How much does that concern you?
Well, it does, certainly. But these guys, they'll step in and play when called on.
Thanks a lot, Coach.
See you.
All right, Trace, thank you. Halftime here, 7-6. Concern on the faces of LSU fans. We're going to go back to New York, and once again, here's Tim Brandon.
All right, Vern, coming up on the Geico halftime report, Spencer, Archie, and I will have all of today's action, including Nebraska scored over 50 today. We'll tell you why that's bad news for the Huskers after this word from your local station.
Numbers tonight on CBS.
Where can you find great gifts for LSU fans, from ice chests to baby bibs? Surprise, it's Bowie Outfitters on Perkins between Essen and Bluebonnet. Gifts for the home, camp, or lodge, like camo bedding, ceiling fans, even camo rugs. Gifts for the den or office, like vintage-style clocks, framed prints, and limited edition sculptures. And all they could ever want for hunting and fishing. Bowie Outfitters, everything outdoors and a lot more surprises.
Are you frustrated by how much time it takes to get from here to there?
I'd like to check on a flight. Yes, I'll hold.
Speed it up. Get into the sky with the all-new FlyVTR.com. With just a few mouse clicks, you can book flights, hotels, and car rentals, and get a real comparison of your travel costs. If you're ready for departure, why wait? Book all your travel at the new FlyVTR.com, a service of Baton Rouge Metropolitan Airport.
If there were a store in your town called Peace of Mind, would you pay it a visit? Across America, in towns big and small, there is such a place. New York Life. It starts with our values of financial strength, integrity, and humanity, and continues with our agents. So look for us in your town. You may already know our people, and we are confident that peace of mind is why New York Life is the company you keep.
Snooping at presents, are you?
Nope, not me.
Wait till you see what I've got you this year.
Tristan, I can't wait!
Hurry to Cabela's for incredible gifts like this Garmin Street Pilot GPS, now $199.99.
Shh.
You'll scare the deer.
You're watching WAFB Channel 9. Louisiana Sports Channel.
CBS Sports presents the Geico Halftime Report. Geico.com. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Geico Halftime Report. I'm Tim Brando with the score in Baton Rouge. Arkansas leading LSU 7-6. I'm joined by Spencer Tillman and Archie Manning. Fellas, McFadden has almost as many yards as the entire LSU offense.
You know, he's not close to 100, 200 for a Heisman deal, though, but this is huge for Arkansas. They came to play. That speech worked by Houston before.
You're absolutely right about this. When I look at this team, and Gary touched on this, they're playing like two parties in a pending divorce. Right now, they're cold to one another. They're not really engaging, and so they're feeding off of that. Yep. This Arkansas ball club, let me tell you, because of the way they play defense in their secondary, if they're ahead going into the second and third quarter, they could get the upset here today.
All right, getting right to today's action with Texas facing Texas A&M in another great rivalry game. Dennis Franchioni's last game, perhaps visiting with Mac Brown, and then Stephen McGee is going to go to work here, Spencer.
We're spreading them out here, and this is the formation you thought Dennis Franchione would get for you. Mike Goodson on the receiving end of that. Poor tackling by Texas defenders on this one. This one good for 35 yards and the touchdown. Put the Aggies up 7-0.
Now remember, they're still alive for a Big 12 title game, but first they need to win today, then an Oklahoma loss tomorrow to Okie State. Ole Miss and Mississippi State was our game, Archie. Take a look.
Have a deep breath here. Mississippi State quarterback Wesley Carroll out in the flat to add the Dixon 5-yard touchdown run.
Look about punt returns in this one. Derek Pegues, the kickback, 75 yards, good for the touchdown to tie the game. After Ole Miss dropped a pass to end the game, Timmy, it could have been done and socked away. But what happens, Tim?
Adam Carlson hits the game winner, 48 yards. They got all 17 and the Ed Bowl trophy in the last 8+ minutes of this game in Starkville. A winning season for Sly Kroom, and Coach Orgeron got croomed by 3. Nebraska and Colorado. Bill Callahan, this is it for him. He'll be meeting with Tom Osborne tomorrow. Take a look at Joe Gaines.
Yeah, last week, 2 weeks ago, 7 touchdown passes against Kansas State. This is an 8-yard run for a touchdown. Good first half for Joe.
Hugh Charles, dynamite run here, 9 yards here, over 100 yards today for the 6th time of the year, and then he's going to come back. Cody Hawkins pass to Scotty McKnight. You talk about the yardage today. The defense for Cornhuskers, 455 given up points on the year for the black shirts.
The basketball teams aren't going to score that.
Coming up, we'll take a look at the latest BCS picture when the Geico halftime report continues.
Jack, is Hurts there yet?
Oh, here he comes, here he comes. Hey, Hurts. They came and got me.
We came and got you.
They came and got him.
You'll bill my insurance?
We'll bill your insurance.
I'll bill his insurance. You're gonna nail me with the replacement rates, right?
No, we even offer one-way rentals.
Who do they think they are? Yeah, who do you think you are? Hurts.
And you are?
Well, I'm not a spy.
Hurts Local Edition. Another reason why we're Hurts and they're not.
First, you'll see the difference. Then, you'll taste it. Come in for our big seafood festival. This year, we're giving you the biggest shrimp we've ever served. It's called Colossal Shrimp, and we're preparing it your favorite ways. Or try other big favorites, like rock lobster tail, jumbo shrimp, and king crab legs. The big seafood festival is here, but not for long, at Red Lobster. Come see what's fresh today.
They use it to shoot the game. They use it to broadcast the game. They use it to produce the game.
The main man on the field today is Peyton Manning.
So why wouldn't you use it to watch the game?
It's Peyton Manning.
Nice Sony. Scoot over a bit, will you?
Nothing compares to a Sony Bravia HD TV because high definition is in our DNA.
Anybody got any chips?
In the movies.
It's Monty.
Later. I'm a kind of star, I guess. I live in Hollywood, but I work on Broadway in New York. Thank you. In Tombstone, Arizona. A part of South America you might not have heard of. Hi, Klaus. And London, England. I am in the middle of something. Hi. So I need a network that works where I live. A place called Holyoke, South of Maryland.
Monty.
Monty. What's the deal?
The new AT&T works in more places like Holyoke, South of Maryland.
I saw this in the window and thought it was so Old Mutual. I just had to try it on. It is so Old Mutual.
Dude, I think we just achieved Old Mutual. Can you believe Johnson got that promotion? I mean, what makes him so Old Mutual? He is married to Crimson's daughter.
May sound strange now, but with our new thinking about your financial future, it won't for long.
It was the night before Christmas, and Mom didn't know that Dad's right behind her with a box and a bow.
A gift from Kay Jewelers means every diamond is hand-selected to match beautifully, and she'll absolutely love it.
Every kiss begins with Kay.
Comfortable in jeans out of tub. I'm comfortable in Wrangler.
Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. Satisfaction guaranteed. Wrangler. Real, comfortable jeans.
Today's CBS Sports broadcast is being shot on Sony HD cameras. So when you watch the game at home on your Sony Bravia HD TV, you're watching it the same way a CBS cameraman does. On a Sony. High definition. It's in Sony's DNA.
We welcome you back to the Geico halftime report. Top-ranked LSU does have the inside track pending today's game to play for the national title, but let's take a look. Provided they come back and win against the SEC Eastern Division champion in Atlanta, but if the Jayhawks win out, or if Mizzou wins tomorrow, the Big 12 title game, I'm curious, do they have enough juice to leapfrog number 3 West Virginia? What do you think, Art?
I think they do. I think the winner of that game, but let's don't forget here that championship game in the Big 12. Oklahoma can be the spoil and ruin everything and create a great opportunity for West Virginia and Ohio State.
I think they should, but whether or not they will is a different story altogether. I think West Virginia will be one half of the national championship equation if that scenario plays out. We thought it would be USC and West Virginia. I don't think they passed West Virginia because of the jersey. What happened to Auburn a few years back ago could happen to them.
All right, a reminder, more college football coming your way tomorrow with a doubleheader. Number 19, Tennessee looks to clinch the SEC East on the road against Kentucky. That'll be followed by Florida State and number 12, Florida. It all begins at 1 o'clock Eastern with TIAA Prep College football today. Archie, I spoke with Philip Fulmer this week, and the word he used was resilient in describing his team.
Well, I think this team has been resilient. When you lose early in the year to Cal, you get bombed by Florida down there, you lose to Alabama, to hang in there and have a chance to play in the SEC championship game. Don't forget, Kentucky has not beat Tennessee since 1984.
Well, that's 23 straight, and you're absolutely right. Kentucky is not the same ball club without Raphael Little, their running back. If they can't run the football, Tennessee will beat them for the 23rd straight time. You can book that.
Tim Tebow is looking to solidify his Heisman campaign tomorrow. Will Florida State pose a problem for him at all?
They'll pose a problem, but you know what? Offensively, they're too good. Let's shut off the time machines and not get locked up over the fact that this guy is a sophomore. 88% efficiency in the red zone, and that's one of those sleight-of-hand statistic guys, but 48 times they've been in there, they've scored touchdown versus 8 field goals. So when they're getting in there, they're scoring big time. I like Tim Tebow. I like him to run away with this.
You know, fellas, with this crowd reaction today, I'm beginning to think, LSU may be closing in on a national title shot, but all of the talk in Baton Rouge this week about Michigan, anyone taking a look at that news conference that Les Miles had could see the emotion and personal and professional circumstances confronting him. Archie, what do you think based on the first 30 minutes of this game?
Well, we talked about timing and maybe bad timing for Les Miles, basically talking about in the championship game waiting till January 8th to look at the Michigan situation. LSU doesn't get it in gear in the second half. It's going to be a whole new scenario.
I think Les handled it about as perfectly as he could. You look at the body language, shoulders back, intense, the pregnant pause to capture everybody's attention. But I think LSU is in danger right now in the second half unless they get their offense going.
All right, thanks for watching the Geico halftime report. Coming up the second half, Arkansas LSU. Enjoy the rest of the game.
CBS Sports presents the Geico Halftime Report. Geico.com. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Jed Clampett, a poor mountaineer barely keeping his family fed, when in the summer of '63 he was shooting at some food, becoming a millionaire overnight. Soon afterward, he loaded up his truck and moved to Beverly Hills.
I was suspicious of this whole Texas tea theory.
A new investigation reveals that in the summer before Jed moved away from there, he switched his car insurance to Geico, saving a substantial sum of money.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Hey, what you eating on?
See a Chipotle grilled stuffed burrito. It's got the right amount of kick.
Yeah, for a girl. This is the double Hellraiser with cheese. Oh, hey, ho!
You're on fire, dude.
Yep, I know it. Hey! How's that Hellraiser treating you?
Marinated carne asada steak spiced up with a smoky Southwest Chipotle sauce. It's Taco Bell's Chipotle grilled stuffed burrito. For taste, not fire. Think outside the box. Check it out.
Watch me move, watch me move, watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me move like my juke, watch me move like my juke, watch me.
Introducing the Juke by Samsung, exclusively from Verizon Wireless, an ultra-sleek MP3 player that flips into a phone, because music phones have more moves on America's most reliable wireless network. Verizon Wireless.
This is where I grew up, and where my parents still live. They did everything for me. Provided for my education, got me started. That's why I want to make sure that this home will always be theirs, that their needs will be taken care of, and that their future will be as bright as the future they gave me.
At John Hancock, we have the insurance, investment, and retirement products to help build, protect, and sustain the future you've promised yourself. John Hancock, the future is yours.
Someone you love may be a numismatist. It's true, millions collect coins. It's the rush they get collecting something worthwhile. But they need your help. Give them genuine coins from the United States Mint, like the presidential $1 coin proof set. Your gift will make a difference for generations to come. Visit usmint.gov. United States Mint, genuinely worthwhile.
I was pretty nervous, apprehensive.
Stuff to tell them I was joining the Army at first. Did research on my own. Tried to get an idea about what the Army was going to be like. It's given me a whole bunch of confidence.
But no, I'm very proud of him.
He's just a stronger, more driven individual.
He can outrun me.
If your son or daughter wants to talk about joining the Army, listen, you made them strong, we'll make them Army strong. Find out more at GoArmy.com.
Halftime in Baton Rouge, Arkansas leading the top-ranked LSU Tigers 7-6. Now let's send it down to Tracy for a look at the SEC moment presented by Sonic.
Vern, on November 3rd, Arkansas held a ceremony at Razorback Stadium and renamed the field in honor of longtime coach and athletic director Frank Broyles. In 19 seasons as head coach, he led the Razorbacks to 7 Southwest Conference championships and the 1964 national title. Named athletic director in 1973, this marks Broyles' 50th year with the university. He will be forever linked with athletics in the state of Arkansas.
All right, Tracy, Frank Broyles later joined Keith Jackson to form one of the great broadcast teams in college football history. 32 years ago on this Friday, he did his first college football telecast as an analyst, Aggies in Texas, and I was the lucky guy who got to sit alongside him. As part of the SEC's continuing celebration of its 75th anniversary, we honor the league by sharing stories of character. Today, former President Bill Clinton on Razorback football standout Brandon Burlsworth.
Towering as large as an Arkansas mountain, his appearance was a contradiction of terms. His thick horn-rimmed glasses. When the University of Arkansas gave him a chance to play, Brandon Burlsworth became an All-American. But what set Brandon apart were his heart and desire to help those who didn't have all the advantages he did. Tragically, he was killed in an automobile accident, but to keep his memory alive, his family established the Brandon Burlsworth Foundation, giving other young people a chance.
You hear that?
What?
I think I hear reindeer.
All right! A new table saw for me? Are you kidding? Way to go, Santa!
Get a 4-burner stainless gas grill for only $179, or a workforce chest cabinet for $59.99. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
Oh, look, there's a ladder, too.
Steak, bacon, and egg breakfast burrito, huh?
Yeah, with steak and bacon on there? That's both real good meats.
That is great stuff.
If you had to pick one, what would you pick, steak or bacon?
Oh, it's my favorite?
Yeah.
I don't know, it's hard. It's like comparing apples to oranges.
That's not really not hard at all. Oranges usually with a little more tang
Steak, I like
to it.
steak better.
Yeah?
Yeah. Just cut that off. I don't feel like listening to that.
Steak, bacon, and egg burrito. New at Sonic. Marinated steak, bacon, smoky cheddar, and eggs wrapped to go. And don't forget, Sonic offers a full menu all day starting at 6 a.m.
Vegas is incredible. There's a casino in every hotel.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the people are so nice. Today, I learned how to double down.
Wow.
Yeah, they even comp my room because I'm down $5,800.
$5,800?
Yeah, out here, that's like $1.
Back here, that's like $6 grand.
Well, I'm learning. I'm figuring it all out. It's only been a day.
Keep your unused minutes for when you really need them with rollover, only from AT&T. Now get 50% off all Samsung phones.
Lovely. Thank you. He went to Jared. He went to Jared.
He went to Jared.
Jared, the Galleria of Jewelry, has 5 times the selection of ordinary jewelry stores, from the classic to the contemporary, so you'll find the perfect gift.
Exquisite form, wonderfully aligned.
Thank you. He went to Jared.
Jared, the Galleria of Jewelry.
Put the power of the Oral-B experts in your hands. New Oral-B Triumph with Smart Guide. Its wireless monitor helps you brush better. Its floss action head cleans deep to help reverse gingivitis. Put their power behind your smile. Oral-B Triumph with Smart Guide.
Working every day to unman the front lines.
Hope I don't miss work this Christmas.
Yeah, how will you pay for things like food, electricity?
Bingo bills.
Gadzooks! You need a backup plan. That's why we have Aflac.
So I'll have cash to help pay bills.
Right, but what if you're still not better by Christmas?
Aflac. Ask about it at work. Rudolph's better.
But now Blitzen's sick.
LSU Medical Physics is one of 11 accredited programs in the country preparing medical physicists for careers in cancer diagnosis and therapy. LSU is among 6 colleges and universities presented the Presidential Honor Roll Award for extraordinary community service. The LSU School of Landscape Architecture is ranked #1 in the nation in undergraduate education. LSU victories are everywhere you look.
Victory for LSU!
We're back. Arkansas leading 7-6 as we get set to start the second half. Vern Lundquist, Gary Danielson, Tracy Wolfson. The option resting with LSU, the top-ranked team in the country. Brian Vavra will kick off. Again, no Trenton Holiday available today because of a foot injury. So Chad Jones and Keelan Williams are the 2 deep men. This one squibbed, and it's taken at the 27-yard line. And up and out of bounds at the 38-yard line. Kelvin Shepard returning the ball. And a moment ago, Tracy Wolfson with Les Miles.
Coach, you had the half to evaluate Glenn Dorsey. Can you tell us how he is and how much he will play in the second half?
He's got a little back spasm. We expect that he'll be hit and miss, in and out. Hopefully that thing will loosen up and he'll play the whole half.
A slow offensive start. What did you tell your team? What did you stress to them in the locker room?
Well, we gotta be efficient. We gotta execute the things that we came to do. We gotta do. The plan's solid. We just need to play it.
No specific changes?
No, we're gonna do the same things we came to do.
Thanks a lot, Coach.
On first down, the handoff to Hester. He is out to the 45-yard line. And a nice start on first down for this team. Gary, we've seen this team a lot. I've never seen them have an absence of passion and a seeming lethargy like they've displayed.
Yeah, that's probably the worst half football I've seen them play in 2 years. Now, they've been behind in 3 games this year, and they've won all 3 of those football games, so they're not going to panic. But it does appear that they just seem lethargic out there. They need something. I'm wondering if Les would dial up Ryan Paraloot. A change of pace. It worked early in the year. Would he dare go back to it? Because Matt Flynn right now can't find the passing game.
On second down, there's a handoff out to the 46-yard line. Flynn, 7 of 22 in a very ineffective first half of play. It's the 4th time they've trailed. They won all 3 previous times. Auburn, Florida, and Alabama.
And we didn't even see that same fire in Les Miles coming out at halftime. You know, usually you get him ready to take on anybody, you know, and he was just matter of fact again. You know, maybe a lot of energy being displaced through this week of answering questions by everyone.
3rd and less than a yard. Here's Hester. He'll move the pile. It's a first down across the 50 to the 48-yard line. How about first half trends, Gary?
Well, that's pretty bad when you do that right there. When your quarterback goes, when you throw the ball 22 times and you only can beat 7 of them. You know, you're not going to have much of an offensive display. But remember this, it's just one deep pass play from this thing turning around, and I still expect LSU will go deep at any moment.
They've got 2 wide to the left side. Doucette is in the slot, number 9. There's a quick flip out to Doucette. He's got Demetrius Byrd to provide a little bit of help blocking-wise, and he's out of bounds at the 44. Well, Ryan Perilou has had one big game this year. That was when Flynn was injured against Middle Tennessee State. Got into some problems with an after-hours altercation in a bar 3 weeks ago, suspended for 1 game, but he really has only had mop-up appearances since then.
Yeah, he's definitely in the doghouse. Now, this Arkansas defense, as much as Les Miles said his game plan is working, I think Arkansas says, we got a good game plan, too. They have executed it flawlessly.
2nd down and 6. Here's Flynn, the senior quarterback, with the change, and flag.
False start, number 89, offense, was not on the end of the line of scrimmage, had his head on the ground, and picked it up. 5-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
The tight end is allowed to shift unless he's covered up, I guess, is what happened there. Once he was there, he was covered by a wide receiver. He becomes not an eligible player, and once he picks up his hand, it is an illegal shift.
And so 2nd down 11. That's Keith Singer, one of the seniors, one of the 25 for LSU playing today. Hester goes left. Hester spins to the 40-yard line. Mr. Reliable.
Yeah, and if there's anybody that can get this crowd going, I think that's the guy, number 18. You know, this crowd loves him. He has come through. He's money. He doesn't turn the ball over. He gets positive yards. Wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a lot of Hester here also.
Well, 1 year ago today, in the aftermath of a 31-26 victory in the parking lot before the team went to the airport for the charter, Jacob Hester proposed to Katie. She said yes. He's one of 2 married players on the team. Hester, oh boy, nothing there on 3rd down. Now then, this is an LSU team that is 9 of 11 on 3rd downs this year. 5 of 5 against Florida. The most famous they missed was 4th and 2 in overtime at Kentucky, their only loss.
Remember, they're playing for number 1. It may be that you say, you know, we'd love to do it, but you got a good solid defense and nothing wrong with a punt. Now, this guy's got a lot of fakes in him too, you know, so I would be ready. If I was Arkansas, I would keep my defense safe out there.
Well, they've got essentially 10 men up. Reggie Fish is deep. Here is the punt, going for field position all the way. And this one takes an angry LSU bounce against them and goes through the end zone. So they yield the touchback. McFadden and crew have the football.
Good morning, Samantha.
Need a head start?
Are our cars as much fun as our bikes? The new 2008 Suzuki SX4 crossover. And now, introducing the all-new Suzuki SX4 Sport. I don't think he's going to make it. It's going to be a great ride.
Welcome back to the much-anticipated matchup between the Eagles and the Bulldogs. The Eagles to receive. Let's go down to the field and get a real quick report from Meg Shipley. Meg?
The Eagles are hoping their potent offense can penetrate the Bulldogs' number 3 ranked defense. Now, I believe we're seeing some parachutes coming down. Mike, are you seeing this from up there?
Absolutely, Meg, and I have no explanation for what's going on right now, but cows are parachuting onto the field. I'm not sure if this is some kind of a protest stunt or something. Two cows have landed on the field now. Now there's a third cow headed for the stands. It's actually headed right towards a burger. Look out! Oh, my. The burger vendor is down. That's going on the highlight reel.
CSTV lets you be the head of your own college sports channel. Put all your teams on all your screens. Find out how at cstv.com/mychannel.
Tennessee, half game back of Georgia right now in the SEC East. They take on Kentucky tomorrow. If they win, they will meet LSU in the SEC Championship game. Prior to the Arkansas game, 191 former Tennessee football lettermen took out an ad in the Knoxville Sentinel requesting that Phil Fulmer be relieved of all the rumors and the pressure around him. It was signed by some very familiar names who chipped in for the $40,000 for the ad, and whether that was as a consequence, Tennessee went out, played one of their best games of the year, and knocked off this Arkansas team the next day. They get Kentucky tomorrow, first half of the doubleheader on CBS. Gary and I, Tracy, will be in Gainesville for Florida State, Florida. Right now, it's the #1 team in the country, trailing by 1. On first down, the reverse to Felix Jones doesn't work.
Change up by Bo Pelini for the second half. He's gone with a 4-4 look. There was only 3 defensive backs on the field, 4 down linemen, 4 linebackers. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. One right outside the picture. He'll come back in, but it was 4 and 4. Now they're back in their nickel or their regular package.
Chevis Jackson up on the line. Here's the handoff to McFadden, trying to dart to the outside. Ollie Highsmith and Stelz chasing. Stelz catches it, number 16. So a third down and 5. Officially, they'll call it 3rd and 6. McFadden with 79 yards. He has done so well over the course of his career against ranked teams. He's averaging well over 100 games against teams that are among the best in the country. 3rd and 6. Play fake. Dick caught. That should be enough to move the chain. Just across the 30. Marcus Monk.
Well, let's take a look at Ken Dorsey inside first. Play action pass, physical offensive line. Let's see what happens to him. Got 2 guys on him. He may have a bad back, but Arkansas still gives him plenty of respect. Monk goes down, hooks up, big target, good throw. Casey Dick has been the better quarterback so far in this game.
On first down, handed off to McFadden. He is in jail. All the way back at the 26. Drake Nevis, number 92, got him.
True freshman Drake Nevis. Because of the injury to Charles Alexander early in the year, Nevis got some early down play, and it's going to be, as they say, another one of those great football players that they keep lining up in defensive lineman university here at LSU.
Now Dick is wide to the left side as a wide receiver, the quarterback, and McFadden will get the direction now. Fakes it, keeps it, comes left. Watch out! He's gone! I think gets a great block and goes 73 yards.
That was Casey Dick with the block.
Stunning.
It's just the pressure he puts on you as a defense. If you don't have your proper angles and he turns the corner, you're chasing one guy one way, one guy another way, and all of a sudden, it's in the end zone.
Alex Tejada for the extra point. And the Razorbacks have shocked this crowd of 92,000.
Now remember, we circled Casey Dick. He was at wide receiver. Once McFadden goes. He gets chased from behind. Chad Jones, number 3, and Casey Dick is the guy who comes back and peels back and gets it. How about that? Quarterback 40 yards downfield getting the block. College football is changing every week. The Wild Hog works again.
They pick up touchdowns, pick up the pucks, and pick up their teams. Enterprise salutes NCAA student athletes for picking us all up. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
First, I want to thank my rival coach here for getting my favorite pizza delivered. That was a class act. Thanks, Coach. It's not delivery. What? Hey, if this isn't delivery, we'll play the entire game in...
Taste the pizza that has no rival. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Ready, hit!
Is this just too sparkly? Text WIN IT or enter online at DiGiornoRivalry.com for a chance to win 2 tickets to this year's bowl game of your choice. Four paws and one big shaggy heart. Doesn't he deserve to be covered too? Introducing pet injury coverage from Progressive. Now when Progressive covers your car, we cover your pet at no extra charge. Now that's Progressive. Go to Progressive.com or call a local independent agent.
Someone you love, maybe a numismatist, a coin collector who needs your help. Give them a gift of genuine coins from the United States Mint. Visit usmint.gov. Genuinely worthwhile.
The Home Depot SEC on CBS is sponsored by Verizon Wireless, DiGiorno, Progressive, and by Suzuki. $92,000 stunned by the run of Darren McFadden, 73 yards. McFadden becomes the first man to go over 100 yards against LSU this year. 73-yarder. Brian Favre will kick off. They went 80 and it took 146. This one will bounce and Chad Jones picks it up on one hop. Chad Jones. Wow. How about that? Remember last year when McFadden ran 180 yards and Trendon Holiday on the ensuing kickoff
Let me show you the
92 yards.
Let me show you the breakdown. It's Jacob Katera again right here, number 54. Watch the linebacker. This time he doesn't go for the fake, but he doesn't attack. 2 good blocks. Peyton Hillis gets one. Katera is slow getting there. That's the breakdown in the defense. And then Casey Dick says, let me take a look back because Chad Jones is gaining on McFadden. And Casey Dick says, no.
I was stunned that Jones was about to catch him. Here's Flynn, left side, Demetrius Byrd with the catch on a first down. That's the first pass today in excess of 10 yards for LSU.
Game's on now. LSU, I mean, they want to be the national champs. They've gotten challenged here. Arkansas has given them an aggressive game plan, and they need to go at him. Run Hester. Where's Dixon, the tight end? And throw the ball in the outs and the comebacks in the middle of the field to receivers.
First down and 10. Matt Flynn will go from the spread. Brett Helms, number 74. Over the ball, snaps it back, left side. Yep, there you go, Demetrius Byrd.
I'll tell you another matchup that is just begging to be used. Dixon is on a strong safety, Matt Hewitt. Matt Hewitt is a glorified linebacker. In fact, he played linebacker a year ago. That is a matchup that can be exploited by LSU.
Second down and 3. 9:34 to go, third quarter. LSU has won 18 straight. That was called the Miracle on Markham. That last win in 2002. Here's Flynn. Good pressure.
Got him.
Dixon. Nice ball.
He actually had early Doucette open on the post too, but this guy is so dependable. when you get the matchups, and there's the matchup we talked about right there. Those guys right there, excuse me, wrong type of a line right there. There you go. One-on-one. Cross it out. That's basically a glorified outside linebacker against a real good receiving tight end.
First down and 10. First spark we've seen from LSU in about a quarter and a half. They trail by 8. Hester up the middle to the 15-yard line. This game opened.
Oh, yeah.
With Darren McFadden fumbling the opening kickoff. LSU took over at the 25, but could only get a field goal. They had another red zone possession that resulted in 3, so they were up 6-0, and offensively went to sleep. Houston Nutt's team, he's never coached a team that's won here.
0 for 4.
Arkansas has only won here once. That was before Houston Nutt became the coach. Hester. That should be close for the first down.
Well, Arkansas's begging you to throw and attack their corners. I mean, they're just begging you. They're crowding the box. They're bringing their strong safety into the box. And Reggie Herring is saying, if you're not, you got a bad quarterback today. When he sees a quarterback 7 for 21, he's going to keep doing it until you prove to him you can throw the football.
I ask you, does he look like the kind of man who would have 2 Shih Tzu dogs?
Yes.
Does he?
Both fit on his lap, can't they?
Yeah, you're right. Said they were really angry with him, wouldn't talk to him last week because his secondary gave up cheap, easy touchdowns. That's a couple of chains. Links.
Take a peek again at that formation. You can see the inside techniques by the 2 corners on the wide receivers to the outside. They're way inside. They're playing man-to-man. They're basically playing 9-on-9 football. Those 2 corners have their guys all over the field. And I don't believe that you can cover early Doucette one-on-one by playing 6-7 yards off like that.
Arkansas has gone with 4 backup down linemen on this series. It's 3rd and inches. Quarterback sneak. Flynn, first down at the 11-yard line.
It all got started with those 2 out routes to the outside. It kind of juiced the crowd a little bit.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yep.
I mean, I see LSU's band is just showing up for the game. It's the first time I've heard them play all game.
First down and 10, 14-6. 8 minutes to go. 3rd quarter. Here's Flynn into the corner for Doucette. Wrestling match incomplete.
Great coverage.
Michael Grant.
Great coverage.
You know, Reggie Herring was so upset with his secondary. While we talked with him earlier in the week, he's got to be just thrilled with the way they're playing.
Yes, it's tough to run this fade with the guy off on you like that. Grant goes, turns around at the last second, well-thrown ball. It's easier to run that fade when you get bump and run. Grant does not get any lack of patience. He just stays with it right there, turns around and bats the ball away. The slant would be a better call.
This is LaFell in motion on 2nd and 10. Headed right. Hester, touchdown, Louisiana State.
I think they're going to go for 2 here. I would not be surprised if they don't try to tie this thing up right here. You go to your playmakers. How many times have I been saying that? Dixon, Hester, Doucette. That's what they've done. That's what Gary Croton has done. And they will go for 2 here, down 2 points.
14-12 with 7:48 to go.
And really, if you're Arkansas, what do you try to stop? I mean, anything. You can run the ball off tackle, you can sprint out, you can run the option.
Last play is under review. Replay official today is Ben Oldham.
I didn't even notice if his elbow went down before he got across the line. I think that one counts.
Yes. I remember their loss to Florida a year ago when Jacob Hester had an elbow that was ruled down an inch or so shy, and then a fumble on the next play.
Right, Carnell Stewart, number 71. That right side of that offensive line for LSU just cleared that out that time. And Stewart, big 71, got a great block.
That didn't take long.
That was a little bit of a break for Arkansas because they were a little surprised that LSU was going for 2. They get a chance now to retool a strategy for defense. Let's take a peek here at Stewart, 71, right tackle. Steps out, gets a clean block on Hewitt on the right side of your screen, and drives him right off the ball. Telestringer's down. Do it like the old way.
Yeah. Feel like you're painting without an easel.
Exactly.
The try for 2 with Flynn in the spread. Fires it. Incomplete. Flag.
That's the matchup.
Matt Hewitt, Richard Dixon.
That's the matchup they went back to. Usually what happens is you reach your front hand across the receiver and you grab with that back arm. Let's see if he did it.
Pass interference, number 31, defense. Pass the distance to the goal. Replay the try.
Right side of the screen. See him right on the hip right there? He's got it wrapped around. It wasn't awful. He lifted it up at the last second. See how he lifts it up, but just enough of a tug that he got a call.
Now LSU will go with their jumbo alignment. 3 tight ends. In the backfield, you've got Sean Jordan, the fullback, and Jacob Hester, the deep back in the eye. The try to tie it up. Flynn, option. Got it. 14-14.
Actually, there was no option. That was run all the way. Isolation offside. He rears back like he's going to pass, and it's a keep all the way. Dives out and makes it, and if he was 4-7 instead of 4-6, he wouldn't have made it.
LSU with its best offensive drive of the day. We're tied.
Do you have what it takes to get a great deal? The latest phones are on sale at Verizon Wireless. They come with America's most reliable wireless network, and they're going fast. So get to a store by November 26th. If you can. The gifts you gotta have are at Verizon Wireless. Versatile Samsung phones like the Multimedia Gleam, the Juke music player, and the stylish U740. Hurry, sale ends Monday. Verizon Wireless.
Taco Bell's Chipotle Grilled Stuffed Burrito, loaded with marinated carne asada steak, Chipotle seasoned rice, all covered in a spicy Southwest Chipotle sauce.
You want like?
Good.
Dude, you gotta try it.
For taste, not fire. Think outside the bun.
Welcome to the new shape of fast. Introducing the new Pontiac G6 GXP Street Edition. Pontiac, designed for action.
Introducing a world first, Braun Pulsonic. Thousands of micro-vibrations help expose and shave more hair with every stroke. For Braun's most thorough shave ever. Braun Pulsonic, voted best electric shaver.
Teenagers abusing prescription drugs with deadly consequences. Generation RX starts Monday on the CBS Evening News with Katie Couric.
Darren McFadden's 73-yard run put Arkansas up. It's now been tied. But we join the SEC in celebrating 75 years, and we asked Tony Barnhart, our colleague and the longtime SEC journalist for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, his top 5 ever. That's a pretty good list.
It's going to be hard to break into that top 5, isn't it?
Herschel Walker, Bo Jackson, Archie Manning. And now a little pep, a little fire.
I tell you what will turn this crowd out now, a 3 and out. If LSU gets a 3 and out, get that football back, this crowd's going to start to get engaged.
Sean Gaudet will kick off, and Darren McFadden is not back to return the kick. Felix Jones on the left and Michael Smith to your right. McFadden has fumbled 2 kickoff returns today. Lost 1, recovered the other. Gaudet, returnable. Jones from the 10. Flag is down.
Look at the difference. Last time Chad Jones ran that kickoff out to the 49-yard line. This time Arkansas is going to get a penalty and be backed up inside their 20. Huge difference.
Mark Curls, the referee. I would expect. And Matt Flynn headed to the locker room.
During the return, illegal block in the back, number 88. Return team. 10-yard penalty, first down.
That's Lucas Miller, the wideout. Well, 92,606 gathered here on the Friday after Thanksgiving. Arkansas and LSU, the battle of the boot. LSU jumped out to a 6-0 lead. Arkansas scored 2 to go up 14-6. LSU just came back. Here's McFadden up the middle for not much. Ryan Perilou warming up on the sidelines. Try and get word as quickly as we can from Tracy Wilson on Matt Flynn's reason for going into the locker room. 2nd down, 7. Felix Jones and Hillis are the backs. Jones, right side. No, he faked it. And he's got a man open over the middle. It's the tight end, DJ Williams. Terrific fake.
This was a great read by DJ Williams. He was covered. He was supposed to keep crossing on the play. He stops halfway through. Right there, watch the tight end. As he comes on the bootleg, he's going to be covered. As he's covered, he stops, and he finds the open territory in the middle of the field. That is a wonderful play by the tight end.
Only his 5th catch this year. DJ Williams, true freshman out of Little Rock. Right side, Jones to the 35, maybe the 36. We'll see the spot. And Drake Nevis, number 92.
You know, Glenn Dorsey's out there, and he's giving it all, and you love the guy. He is a true warrior, but he is not having any impact on the football game. That's why the defense just kind of looks average here, because you don't have Dorsey plowing in there and taking out 2 and 3 men with his attack.
Back spasms and a knee problem. McFadden will get the direct snap now. And off Hillis. Peyton Hillis being chased, but will not be caught. 65-yard touchdown.
Right at the tackles. Right at those 2 guys inside.
His previous longest run of the year was 14 yards.
Well, when I said LSU needed a 3 and out, I really didn't have this in mind. I was counting a punt, 4 plays and a touchdown. You can see what number 5 can do to a defense. They were thinking he was going to fake it. They hand it. It looked like the old wishbone for Oklahoma and Arkansas.
Alex Tejada with the extra point.
Remember we had pictures of Frank Broyles. They named the field after him. Well, here's the wishbone right here. Snap it to the quarterback. Ride the fullback, give it to the fullback, goes right up the gut. Everybody's looking for the pitch. Everybody is out there playing assignment football to the outside of the formation, and you gash him inside. Dorsey could not get off the block, and they gashed it right at him.
Peyton Hillis goes 65, and the Hogs go back on top.
This was
was the Pontiac game-changing performance from last week. Indiana's Austin Starr dramatically won the game against arch-rival Purdue, setting off a celebration by late coach Terry Hefner's wife, Jane. The win fulfilled his promise to make IU bowl-bound again after 14 years. Go online to view and vote for this week's top plays. The winning school will receive a $5,000 general scholarship contribution courtesy of Pontiac and the only fan-voted scholarship program. When you vote, you can register to win a $5,000 scholarship for you or someone in your family. Voting starts Sunday at Pontiac.com/NCAA.
It's the season to shop, and the Red Tags are coming back for the Buick Pontiac GMC Red Tag event. And right now, they're bringing the best values of the season. Look for the Red Tag and get 0% financing for 60 months on remaining 2007 Pontiac, Buick, and GMC models. That's 0% financing for 5 full years on all 2007 cars, light-duty trucks, and SUVs while supplies last. The Red Tag event. See some red, save some green.
Comfortable in jeans out of tub. I'm comfortable in Wrangler.
Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. Satisfaction guaranteed. Wrangler. Real, comfortable jeans. People retire. Dreams shouldn't.
If you plan to shop with a credit card this season and you're worried about your card getting ripped off, you can't afford to miss 60 Minutes this Sunday.
Get the slight crazy idea that Mike the Tiger had a little too much turkey.
So just like the rest of these 90,000 people here today.
Oh, life is good if you're the king.
I hope he's not watching our broadcast doing that, is he? You don't think he just has seen it all, hasn't he?
Yeah. Even though he's a young man.
Well, if that doesn't wake up LSU, these back-to-back big plays by Arkansas, they're in trouble. They are in trouble here.
Here is the kick. Keelan Williams. How about the contact? How about the contact by Arkansas? Mark Bonner, backup linebacker, came through the wedge.
You know,
and Matt Flynn is back.
Oh, yes, he is. It must have happened on that two-point conversion. He stretched out. We did not see exactly what he was, but he's back on the field. Let's take a peek. Lays out. Does he land on his right shoulder or wrist or elbow, something like that?
He's back, first down and 10. Here's Flynn.
Wow, what a throw.
Set.
What
Yes,
a
it
throw.
was.
I'll tell you, because Matero Richardson undercuts this. I thought he had a chance to get the football, but it was perfectly thrown. Had that been underthrown a yard, it was a touchdown for Arkansas.
Second down 3.
See, if you're Arkansas, if you're Reggie Herring, you're saying, if you can make a perfect throw like that, we'll give you 7 yards.
21-14, 5.5 to go, a little over that in the third quarter.
Ball on the ground. Wow, Jacob Hester.
Jacob Hester last lost a fumble in his first game for this team.
Almost 600 carries for these running backs without losing a fumble. It pops loose right there with Hewitt hits him. It comes out clean. First man on it is an LSU offensive lineman. I think it was Helms.
It was Brett Helms. Jacob Hester fumbled against Georgia his rookie year, his first year. And coming into this game, the running backs had gone 500. There's the quarterback sneak for the first down. 586 carries without a lost fumble. Let's go back to New York. Here's Tim Brando and the Liberty Mutual update.
Vern and Gary, it's not exactly Colt David against South Carolina, but check out TJ Sanders, backup quarterback, the holder. Fake field goal, Aggies score, make it 17-0. Coach Fran may be coaching for his life at College Station today.
21-14 here, Tim. Glenn. That one's caught at 46, and a flag is thrown. Early new set. Well, The absence of fumbles for this LSU football team is staggering. They've only lost 2 all year, and the running backs have now gone 614 without a lost fumble. That's the key, because you just saw Hester fumble.
Yeah, I've never even seen him fumble the ball. I mean, I've been here 2 years. That's the first time I've seen him put one on the
Pass
turf.
interference, number 9, defense. The penalty is a first down. That's spot of foul.
You know, I love Timmy, but I don't know why they show us a highlight of Texas till the fourth quarter. I mean, right? They come back in the fourth quarter and win every time.
Tim Brando just wants to be a part of our broadcast. This is a collegiate
He's always
effort.
welcome, but Texas,
Yes,
don't show me till the fourth quarter. It's like watching an NBA team this year, Texas.
First down and 10. Yeah, they'll lose Jamal Charles in the fourth quarter. Here's Flynn back. He goes deep for Bird, and it's incomplete. It sailed on him high. Second time this afternoon he's had Bird open deep.
See, again, though, it's going to take a perfect throw right in stride because number 9 is right in position. Now, if you got a guy wide open, you can slightly underthrow the guy, make him slow down and catch the ball. When you got a corner trailing like that, that's what the quarterbacks that go into the NFL find out. Boy, these guys all look covered. No, they're open. That's how they look in the NFL when they're open. They're open by a yard. You got to put it right there.
Second down and 10. Charles Scott is in. Quinn Johnson is the fullback now, number 45. Flynn, little shovel to Johnson. And Scott, I beg your pardon, and Scott avoids a tackle and rumbles all the way to the 37-yard line.
Well, he's the change of pace back. When you put in number 32, and it's exactly what happened right here. A change of pace. Drop back, fake it to him, and toss it to him. Because it's behind the line of scrimmage, your lineman can be downfield, but Gary Groten has a card up in the box as that ball was fumbled out of bounds, and he thinks of his different running backs. And look at number 26 right there is spread run. Number 32, Scott, is change of pace. And that's exactly what he got.
And the one they have out of commission today is Holiday. Got that injured ankle, but they have a multiplicity of running backs on this team. 204 total yards in the ball game. Here's Flynn back again. Double team on Bird, and it's incomplete. Laterell Richardson knocks it down. Second and 10. Flynn for the day. 13 of 31 for 108 yards.
Only going to have the wind here now for another 3.5 minutes here in the third quarter also.
Second and 10. LaFell, top of the screen.
Best matchup is your tight end here on a linebacker.
Handed off to Keelan Williams to the 15-yard line. First down, LSU.
This offensive line maybe got a little earful of their head coach because they are blocking the run much better. Pull around number 71, Carnell Stewart that time. He fits up with it. And number 5, the speed back on that chart, burst through with that speed. And number 5 gets into the secondary. Another nice drive for LSU.
First down officially at the 14-yard line. Scott and Jordan are in now. Flynn with a play action. Goes toward the end zone. There's a bump at the goal line, and no flag is thrown. And Doucette is down again.
He got sandwiched here. Safety came over. I thought there was a bump before the ball got there, to tell you the truth. There's a flag down now. It's Grant. Watch Grant. Oh, he clearly runs through Doucette that time.
And we're listening for the call on the field. It's a face mask call. Instead of the pass interference of Les Miles showing a little emotion on the sideline. Doucette.
Face mask on who?
I don't know.
It it should have been interference. I can tell you that. It should have been interference. The ball was a little high, but it must have been in the offensive defensive line. One of those pass rushers gets their hand underneath an offensive lineman and shoves up.
Saw one of the trainers indicate a possible rib injury for Doucette when he got belted by the second man. Out of the spread, Brett Helms will snap it back. There's the pitch. Keelan Williams in trouble. Back to the 10-yard line. Matt Hewitt made the stop.
Well, I think Arkansas had a little bit of an idea what was coming here. That was that tilted offense where one back's up in front of the other. Arkansas really played it. They ran towards the tilt like they were doing last week against Ole Miss. These coaches spend a lot of time looking for what they call tells, like in cards, little tips that give their defense an edge. And that time I think they used one.
Doucette back on the field. He and LaFell go to the left side. Singer, the tight end, is tight left. There's the toss. And Keelan Williams is forced out of bounds at the 7-yard line by Freddie Fairchild, number 44. 3rd and goal.
That has gotten some touchdowns for LSU. That fake toss, pitch to the weak side of the formation. Hewitt stayed home.
What do you dial up here?
Well, I think one of their pick passes to the outside, you might see some kind of fade route or corner route to the outside to Doucette. See if they get him in the corner of the end zone.
Terrence Tolliver is top of the screen. They're 3 wide left. Bird is wide right. Arkansas shows a blitz. They're coming.
Adam
Flynn has him in the end zone. Touchdown, Bird.
They did have early Doucette on one side. They had the slant to the other side. Doucette is at the top of your screen.
Colt David perfect on extra points. Matt Flynn will hold. He's not missed this year. And he keeps the string intact. We are tied at 21.
Doucette over there, Bird down here. Doucette's going to go to the corner, slant over here. He had either one of them this time. Man-to-man coverage, one to one side, slant to the inside. A good throw by Flynn, and he beats the coverage.
Michael Grant displeased with himself. Matt Flynn pleased with himself. We're tied 21-all.
Welcome to powerof.org. Welcome to a world where people make a difference. One student, one patient, one discovery at a time. For serving the greater good, we at TIAA Craft proudly serve their financial future with low fees and a commitment to consistent performance. Put powerof.org to work for you at TIAA Craft. Financial services for the greater good.
You hear that? What? I think I hear reindeer.
Come on, everybody! Let's go! All right! A new table saw for me? Are you kidding? Way to go, Santa!
Get a 4-burner stainless gas grill for only $179 or a workforce chest and cabinet for $59.99. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
Oh, look, there's a ladder, too.
Alan achieves the impossible.
Sacre bleu.
Steals Charlie's girl.
You snaked my girlfriend?
A new 2.5 Men. CBS Monday.
Okay. Matt Flynn, 7 of 10 in this half. He had a really tough first half, but that last drive, 75 yards, 10 plays, and Matt Flynn, 4 of 6. Finds Demetrius Bird for the touchdown.
This game has now caught some life, as we suspected. The last 4 drives, the last 2 possessions for each team, touchdown.
And again, McFadden is not on the field. Felix Jones and Michael Smith.
You got to rest. He's the quarterback.
This is Felix Jones. Out to the 27. 27, 28-yard line. Chad Jones with the stop. Well, McFadden opened the Arkansas scoring with 16 yards, and then he went 73 yards. Peyton Hillis with a 65-yard touchdown that momentarily put Arkansas back on top, 21-14. Glenn Dorsey, who's giving it a go today, but as Gary has pointed out, only semi-effective.
Right, he's basically a body in there today. That's about it.
McFadden again out of the quarterback position. He keeps it. And he is triple teamed and down. And you can see Derry Beckwith is giving him a little conversation.
He is. Marlon Favorite, number 99, was in there. Dorsey was in there. Beckwith was in there. But every time, it's like it is now beginning to look like that old Frank Broyles Arkansas wishbone right now. You must establish the inside run. You run it. It doesn't work all the time. But off of that, your offense goes. No quarterback in the game.
Yeah. There's a handoff to Hillis. And it'll bring up third down, 5 or 6, depending on the spot. Final 80 seconds, quarter number 3. Battle of the boot. Bo Pelini has seen his team gashed on the ground.
Well, last week it was a running, scrambling quarterback. Today it's a running, scrambling running back playing quarterback.
Greg Stelz, All-American safety, third down. And again, it's McFadden who will take the snap. They bring it to Hillis, and he's going to be very close for the first down at the 39.
How about that? 3 plunges in a row right up the middle of that defense. They feel they have the matchups in their favor right now in Arkansas. They've got Dorsey, Gimpy. They've got a quarterback that can keep it at any second and go the distance, and they had a breakout play with the fullback.
Well, Houston Nutt's game plan working quite well against Bo Pelini, the defensive coordinator, Les Miles. Look at this. Arkansas with 265 yards on the ground. Casey Dick is again wind up wide left. Here's McFadden on first down to the 43-yard line. So that's about 6 or 7 times now we've seen number 11 as a wideout, bottom of the screen.
It's interesting. You go 3 plays without a quarterback. You bring your quarterback in. He goes out the wide receiver. Modern day football.
Or 1935 football.
Yeah, you're right.
I remember this. What's not to like?
It's different.
That's the end of the third quarter with a score 21-21. We'll return to Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge right after this word from your local station.
First, you'll see the difference. Then, you'll taste it. Come in for our big seafood festival. This year, we're giving you the biggest shrimp we've ever served. It's called Colossal Shrimp, and we're preparing it your favorite ways. Or try other big favorites, like rock lobster tail, jumbo shrimp, and king crab legs. The big seafood festival is here, but not for long, at Red Lobster. Come see what's fresh today.
Why you always get the first? Because I have the higher
Hey. It's Bobby Bond. I'm going to touch him.
Now would be a good time to have accident forgiveness. Part of Allstate Your Choice Auto Insurance. Are you in good hands?
With every kiss, with every step, love grows. The Journey 7-Diamond Necklace from Kay Jewelers. Multiple diamonds arranged from smallest to largest to symbolize how love has grown.
Every kiss begins with Kay.
A stolen first edition will turn this math whiz into a superhero.
Come here to catch the evil mastermind. The real one could be here.
Numbers, new episode CBS tonight.
2.5 Men, Mondays on CBS.
On Airline Highway or the Digital Highway, Diamond Mazda gives you service selection and price. Like all new 08 Mazda Tribute, automatic V6, and $3,500 discounts. Airline Highway or DiamondMazda.com. We'll be waiting for you.
U.S. agencies can save you up to 30% on your auto insurance.
With flexible payment plans and low down payments, it's easy to save. Just call for your quote today.
We're right in your neighborhood with locations throughout the state, so it's easy to get your money-saving quote. Call or come by today.
It's time to start saving with U.S. agencies. Call for your quote today.
At U.S. agencies, you'll save.
We're committed to excellence in emergency care.
The LifePak 12 cardiac monitor allows our paramedics to speed up the diagnosis of heart damage.
Our GPS tracking provides the exact emergency location and the closest ambulance.
AirMed helps patients in life-threatening situations when seconds count.
Your life may depend on the highest level of medical skill and the world's best technology.
Acadian medics are committed to their mission of providing excellence in pre-hospital care. Acadian Ambulance, knowing life matters.
On Airline Highway or the Digital Highway, Diamond Mazda gives you service selection and price. Like 07 Mazda 3S Touring, automatic power equipment, and $2,500 discount. Airline Highway or DiamondMazda.com. We'll be waiting for you.
You're watching WAFB Channel 9, Louisiana's sports channel.
LSU defense has been gouged a couple of times today. Last 2 weeks, 201 yards on the ground. Today, Arkansas 267. It's second down and 8 at the Arkansas 41. And again, McFadden will take the snap. They go to Hillis, left side. And he's caught for almost no gain. Vern Lundquist along with Gary Danielson. Tracy Wolfson back with you in the fourth quarter. I'm not quite sure where to take
I agree with that.
Do you? That's fine analysis, by the way.
You know, what I think, it's fourth quarter time. And no team in college football is more used to playing in tight games than LSU. 4 times this year. You know, I mean, Florida, Kentucky, Alabama, Auburn, and now Arkansas.
Casey Dick is the quarterback on third down. Comes right side. Caught.
Great throw.
That's a catch to Andrew Davey, the tight end.
I'll tell you, I'm going to give a lot of credit to David Lee, the offensive coordinator, who's come to this team this year. See that nice short stride by Casey Dick and perfectly placed ball to the tight end. This Arkansas quarterback and passing game has improved, and you can see now Dick can make plays from the pocket when he's out there.
Yep. First down and 10, and again it's McFadden. This is Felix Jones who gets the handoff and goes left. Ridden down as he gets to the 47-yard line. Now let's go back to Tim Brando for this Heisman Watch presented by Nissan.
All right, Vern and Gary, tomorrow you're going to see Tim Tebow, the first Division 1A player with at least 20 touchdown passes, 20 touchdown runs in a season. Boy, what an incredible year he's had. How about Chase Daniel, Todd Reesing in effect in a playoff game for the Heisman from the Big 12 perspective, and McFadden putting on a show for you today in Baton Rouge. Vern.
Thank you, Tim. Yes, he is. And in every possible way today, now Arkansas has chosen to call a timeout. They're looking at a second down and 7, and they have had 7 plays in this drive. That's the first Arkansas timeout. Houston Nutt in his 10th year. Could this be his last regular season game?
Every girl wanted him, but who would want to kill him?
We were kissing, and then it changed. The nightmares won't stop.
New cold case, CBS Sunday.
You hear that?
What?
I think I hear reindeer.
Come on, everybody! Let's go! All right! A new table stop for me? Are you kidding? Way to go, Santa! Woo!
Get a 4-burner stainless gas grill for only $179, or an 18-volt Ryobi 4-piece combo for $59. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
Oh, look, there's a ladder, too.
Dan Scott is a real Geico customer, not an actor. So to help tell his story, we hired someone who interviews actors.
It was the weekend, and I had questions about my policy. You had questions? How existential. I called Geico. They were so helpful and gracious. I've heard they were also quite beneficent and magnanimous. It was refreshing to talk to an actual human being. Human beings behaving humanly. Brilliant.
Geico. Real service, real savings.
And now, it's time for our Geico scoring recap.
Darren McFadden fumbled the opening kickoff return, and that led to a Colt David 32-yard field goal, first score of the game. LSU got inside the red zone again, but had to settle for a 49-yard field goal after a couple of losses. 6-0 LSU on top. Then McFadden, 16 yards for the touchdown. 7-6 Arkansas after the extra point. And McFadden again in the second half. This one 73 yards. That made it 14-6. Arkansas leads. LSU countered. They got Jacob Hester with a touchdown run. The try for two, Matt Flynn, was successful, tied at 14. Then Peyton Hillis, whose previous long run of the year was 14 yards, galloped 65 to put Arkansas back on top. And Demetrius Byrd caught the pass in the slant pattern from Matt Flynn. The extra point good, and we are notched 21 all with 13-17 to go. And the Hogs looking at second down from the 47-yard line. Casey Dick again is lined up at a wide receiver, wide to the left. McFadden keeps it. Allie Highsmith says, third down.
Highsmith is an All-American in his own right. He comes up, Peyton Hillis just reacts to the play and makes the block. Sometimes when you're following your fullback and you run away from the block, it allows the linebacker to run away from the block also.
Allie Highsmith with 11 tackles today.
How tough is this for Casey Dick? Another third down, they put him back at quarterback and say, get us a first down, Casey.
3rd and 8. Or you can hand it off to McFadden. Wow. There's a flag down.
They're going to call it on Peyton Hillis, number 22.
Holding, number 22, offense.
See him, he comes in. There you see the jersey. He's got it on Kirsten Pittman right there. His left hand pulls it. No doubt about that.
And so a first down is negated on the holding call on Hillis. And Arkansas now looks at 3rd and 18.
And this is the time, if you're Arkansas, you're not able to handle 3rd and long. You have to be careful not to turn it over. A punt is not the worst thing right here.
3rd and 18. Felix Jones is on the field. He and Hillis on either side of Casey Dick. Deep down the middle, Stelz goes for the interception. Wrestling match. Is it a completion?
It was.
By golly, yes. But it's short of the first down.
Boy, and Craig Stelz was reading that play all the way. A wonderful throw by Casey Dick. Miller makes the catch, but Stelz thought he had this interception.
Lucas Miller makes the grab. It's 4th down.
Now, Arkansas needs to be calm here. If they're going to punt the ball, it's no big deal, as they're going to get a replay here, aren't they? Be reviewed. They're going to review it. That's a break. See, a 5-yard penalty is nothing here if you're going to punt the ball. Did the ball move? Stelz thought he had an interception here. I'm telling you, he was playing 3-on-2 coverage. Great throw, great route. Stelz thinks he has it. Miller comes in and gets it. I think that's a catch. I think that's definitely a catch.
Certainly not much there to justify an overturn.
No, that was from behind. Lands on the ground. Ooh, did the ball touch the ground right there?
That's...
Yeah, did the ball... See, you got to look at it from both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Ball is caught. His bottom comes down. To me, that's a catch. And then he rolls over it out of right there. Oh, we're going to get a little disagreement here.
I'm back on the fence again.
Yes.
Tickets are hurting.
I think he made that catch.
I don't think there's enough to overturn it. I'll say that. Lucas Miller.
Great catch by Lucas Miller.
He's going to leave it at 4th and 2.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. It is a catch. 4th down.
So Miller with a 16-yard grab, and now Arkansas will punt.
Or line up to punt.
Yes. They're 3 of 12 on 4th down attempts this year. This is Jeremy Davis. 4th and 2. Well, we used to refer to that as the old coffin corner kick.
Oh, right through Fish's legs.
And it will come out to the 20.
Reggie Fish was right there and could have pinned LSU inside the 5-yard line. Watch this. Right through his legs. I've done it many times in baseball, but I could see that one even from here. (21-21). Les Miles. A little enthusiastic.
Ain't it good, ain't it right, that you are with me here tonight? The music playing, our body swaying in time. Rock me gently, rock me slowly, take it easy, don't you know that I baby, baby, rock me gently, rock me slowly, take it easy, don't you know that I have never been like this before.
Introducing the new all Jeep Liberty.
The Home Depot SEC on CBS is sponsored by the new all Jeep Liberty. The Home Depot, Liberty Mutual, and by Chick-fil-A. 21 all, 11:30 to go, 4th quarter. LSU has had 4 fantastic finishes already this year. They came from behind on a Hester run to defeat Florida. The only loss of the year. Andre Woodson, Steve Johnson, triple overtime. Kentucky won. Matt Flynn, touchdown pass to Demetrius Byrd. They beat Auburn. And then Hester's 1-yard run with 86 seconds to go gave LSU that win over Alabama. Here we are, 21 all. And Matt Flynn is the quarterback.
LSU has not scored less than 28 points in any game this year, and it looks like it's going to take 28 again.
High formation on 1st down. Hester up the middle for 5.
How many seniors they got going here today, Vern? 25. 25.
Right.
Well, that senior right there is pretty dependable. Early Doucette is a senior that's pretty dependable. Stelz, you saw him almost anticipate an interception on that play. Right now, you start thinking seniors.
And this is Saron Black, a sophomore.
And by the way, his backup is Jarvis Jones, a true freshman. A couple of Les Miles recruits,
Yes.
by the way. We've heard so much about Les winning with Nick's recruits. Let's see the replay here if we can see. Yes, a backside fall on. Ooh. Elston Forte, number 38, fell on right on the back of Saron Black's leg.
Saron Black, the big sophomore tackle, was a high school teammate of Matt Flynn's. Separated by a couple of years at Tyler, Texas.
I'm surprised I got through that one. Elson Forte fell on the back of Black's leg.
You want to try it fast?
No, I didn't.
You want to do that rapidly?
I did kind of do that rapidly. I'm surprised I got through it.
There's Jarvis Jones, number 76.
You know, it's not a spectacularly, game with plays that you're just marveling at, but is it the tension? Is it the day after Thanksgiving? It just feels different here today.
It does. Well, the crowd has been in and out of it, I think. They certainly weren't a factor in the first half. Second down, 5. Nothing there. It'll be third down. Now we've got a doubleheader tomorrow. Craig Bolerjack and Steve Berline will be at Lexington for Tennessee and Kentucky. If Tennessee wins, they'll take on LSU in the SEC title game. If Kentucky wins, then Georgia is there. And Gary and Tracy and I will be Florida State at Florida tomorrow. That's at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That heated rivalry from the swamp when we get to watch Tim Tebow and his bid for a Heisman Trophy. Third down and 3. Flynn with time. Good coverage. Goes deep. It's incomplete. Intended for Dixon.
Matt Flynn kind of ran away from the pocket here. Arkansas was only rushing 2 guys. Harrison right there backs off the play. I'm not sure why Flynn ran away from the pocket there, because he was really throwing against a 9-man drop. He had plenty of time to get the ball to Dixon, and had Matt Flynn not ran away from it, perhaps that would have been a little easier angle for Dixon to come up with that catch.
Patrick Fisher is on to punt on 4th and 3. Jarrell Norton waits it. And this will bounce. Crowd thought it might have gone off the back heel of an Arkansas Razorback. That is not the ruling. It's a 43-yard punt. Nothing on the return.
It was Freddie Burton, number 46, that the ball was, the crowd thought it was. Dixon could have had that catch. Didn't come up with it, though.
Cubic inch Raider, the world's first chopper-inspired custom that rides as great as it looks. The Raider from Star Motorcycles. We build it, you make it your own, exclusively at your Yamaha dealer. If you really want to know the secrets of the rich and famous, ask the nanny.
Are you capable of murder?
New CSI Miami, CBS Monday.
The CBS Sports Desk is presented by the new AT&T.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tim Brando, and welcome to the AT&T CBS Sports Desk. Rivalry week in college football in College Station. How about this? A fake field goal. Holder T.J. Sanders, a backup quarterback, takes us in. It's 17-3 at the half. A&M leading Texas. Nebraska's nightmare season ended this afternoon. Colorado whipped them 65-51. This Byron Ellis run was the final Buffalo score of the day. And Mississippi State rallied from 14 down and beating Ole Miss to claim the Egg Bowl. Derek McGee's tied the game on this 75-yard punt return. And then with 18 seconds left, Adam Carlson booted a 48-yarder to win the game with 12 ticks left on the clock. And Major League pitcher Joe Kennedy died suddenly of unknown causes early this morning in Tampa. The left-hander played for 3 teams last season. He was 28 years old. That's all for now from the AT&T CBS Sports Desk. Now let's get you back to Arkansas and LSU.
The CBS Sports Desk is presented by the new AT&T.
has put a little tension on this LSU chain today. 21 all, 10:07 to go. And the Razorbacks under Houston Nutt have the football.
LSU hasn't looked like the #1 team in the country today, but they're playing for #1.
McFadden again. Will take the direct snap, and again it's Ali Highsmith.
Holy cow. He was running as fast at McFadden as McFadden was running at him. Watch number 7. Comes off the corner, right side of your screen, and just hits it head on. Watch this. Sees it and fills it. That's how you play linebacker.
Well, he's one of those 25 seniors, and that is his 12th tackle. That is a career high. 12 tackles today for Ali Highsmith. 2nd down and 8. And here's that quick snap again.
Yep. Boy, very good, Vern.
I'm learning. Here's Casey Dick with a play fake. Goes right.
Got it
And
tipped.
it's tipped.
Yeah, got it tipped.
Looked like Tyson Jackson might have gotten it.
And that saved the completion because Hillis was wide open on the play. Can't get to the quarterback. Jump last second. Good protection. Look at that. Jackson 6'5", 290.
Third and 8. This time it'll be Casey Dick to take the direct snap. Dances right, being chased. Pulls up and fires it. That's dangerous. It's also incomplete.
That's the first time Casey Dick had probably offensive coordinator David Lee almost fall out of the press box. Because as he started to retreat and throw it into a big mass of LSU defenders, anything could have happened.
Yeah, now Houston Nutt's going to have a chat with this quarterback. Jeremy Davis is on. He's had a couple of shanks today. 4th and 8. Not this one, however. Chad Jones gathers it in at the 32. Back to the 39-yard line. 37-yard punt, 7 on the return. 9:08 to go in a tie game.
Think about it, Frank. Hold on. I'm a salesman. I work in Virginia, but I do business in Colorado.
Buckets jam.
It's a hydraulic Sacramento. Roger that, 7-9er. Roger that, 7-9er. Fly me in a little lower. Request permission for lower altitude recon. Flagstaff
Democracy, people.
in San Antonio. So I need a network that works where I live. A place called Virgicalamento Flag Antonio. Frank, I'm back.
The new AT&T works in more places like Virgicalamento Flag Antonio.
Taco Bell's Chipotle Grilled Stuffed Burrito, loaded with marinated carne asada steak, Chipotle seasoned rice, all covered in a spicy Southwest Chipotle sauce.
You want light?
Good.
Dude, you gotta try it.
For taste, not fire, think outside the bun.
When it's people who do the right thing, they call it being responsible. When it's an insurance company, they call it Liberty Mutual. Responsibility. What's your policy? Liberty Mutual.
This is called a wishbone, and the one who gets the bigger half gets their
wish.
Wow, it worked.
The Leo Diamond, certified for superior brilliance and selected to match beautifully by K Jewelers.
He thought he killed her. Think again.
She's back from Mick.
Top-ranked team in the country is in some kind of tussle this afternoon against the Arkansas Razorbacks. Arkansas comes in having lost 4 times. LSU has lost only once. That was triple overtime. Les Miles' team finds itself tied 21 all. 9:08 to go. There's the snap to Flynn. Keelan Williams cuts up, puts gets his shoulder down and bangs for a couple of additional yards to the 46. Matt Hewitt with the tackle.
One of those weapons that you can dial anytime. Keelan Williams has got the speed. He's got the power. He is a complete back, but he has to wait his turn because they bring in number 18 all the time also. And he's back in the game now at fullback. Now remember, when he's at fullback, they throw the ball to him.
Charles Scott is the tailback. This is Hester coming left, play fake. They look for Hester. They go deep for Hester, and he's got it. To the 10. Touchdown, LSU. Flag down. Flag down.
Oh, my.
At the 50-yard line.
Ineligible receiver, number 9, was not on the line of scrimmage, went downfield on the offense. That's a 5-yard penalty. Repeat second down.
And that's a senior wide receiver.
This happened before. It was a bad, illegal formation. 2 receivers were on the line of scrimmage. You will see it very clearly, both receivers. And that's early Doucette's fault. Look at both receivers right there on the line of scrimmage. It's very clear. The inside receiver should be back off the ball. You knew the ball was going to Hester. They put him at fullback for a reason.
Yep. That wipes out the touchdown. It's second down at 8. And Keelan Williams is on now. They flip it out. It's tipped. The intended receiver, Demetrius Byrd, Antoine Robinson, number 97, got a hand on it.
Why do you think, those coaches spend so much time watching tape? I mean, I probably spend a 10th of the time, a 20th of the time that they do. And you get feels for what they're doing on offense. Can you imagine the guys like Belichick, Saban, or this guy, Reggie Herrick, can do when they spend 100 hours watching this stuff?
Third down. 3rd and 8. Tie game. 3 down for the Razorbacks.
Only rush 2.
They bring 2 and drop 9, and Flynn avoids the tackle. He's got a man open. Caught. Brandon LaFell, first down. There's a player down at the 25.
And a flag.
And a flag. That's Carnell Stewart, the right tackle.
Didn't see it. Had my eyes on the quarterback and the throw. Left side of the screen. Does he get run over by another guy?
Holding.
From the back side, Antoine Robinson rolls him. How about that? A holding penalty on a 2-man rush with 5 men blocking. So far on this series, they've had a touchdown called back with an illegal formation and a holding on a 2-man rush.
And the holding call was on Brett Helms, the center. One of only 2 players on this roster who is from Arkansas.
See, now you're to the point of the game with 8 minutes to go. Anything can happen. You can blow a game when you think you have the better team. It's, anything can happen. Now you blew a touchdown.
Well, a 54-yard touchdown wiped out because early Doucette was on the line of scrimmage. That's the first. Here was the pass. Jacob Hester. Perfect throw. And Hester in for the score, then the flag. And this was a holding call on number 74. Center your screen.
Boy, I don't see how it could be. Oh, it was at the end of the play, and that looked like a cheapie to me.
Oh,
gee. Oh, boy, that was a cheapie.
Joseph Barksdale, number 78, replaces Carnell Stewart, and it is 3rd and 18.
Barksdale is also a true freshman.
Third and 18. And again, 3 down. They will rush 2 and drop 9. Flynn going right. Fires it short for early Doucette. And it'll be 4th down and 9 for the LSU Tigers. Let's go back to Tim Brando in New York.
All right, Vern. Gary, it's not the 4th quarter, but Texas has cut into that Aggie lead. Jamal Charles going in from 8 yards out. Frankly, he's been their 4th quarter all season long. 17-10 the score now. Aggies still hang to their lead. Vern.
All right, Tim, thank you. 21 all here, 4th down and 9. Patrick Fisher, Jarrell Norton will let it bounce. And it comes to a stop at the 28-yard line. The Razorbacks will get it back after a very short punt, 32 yards. Well, coming up, the 5-star play of the game presented by Wrangler.
I thought that for sure we had the play of the game on Hester. They put him at fullback. There was a reason they did it. They were going to throw the ball to him. It worked. You dial a touchdown. Doesn't count. Score 21-21 still.
And again, no quarterback. McFadden will take the direct snap.
Here comes the wishbone offense.
There's the run to the outside, and Craig Stelz. Danny McCray finally gets there as McFadden pulls it down and goes wide to the left. Darren McFadden, who had a 73-yard touchdown run, as well as a 16-yarder earlier in this game, but also had a couple of fumbles. 21 all as Arkansas comes in with a 7-4 record, and they have given LSU more than they wanted. 21-21. Arkansas jumps out 14-6 at one point in the 3rd quarter. And we just had a 54-yard touchdown pass wiped out by a penalty. Here's McFadden back to throw. Deep right side. Lucas Miller. Incomplete. Jonathan Zenon was the closest man, he for LSU.
And that's where they miss Marcus Monk right there. You know, Lucas Miller's a nice receiver, a possession receiver, but Marcus Monk changed the offense. You know what a better way to say that? He changed the defense because they did not feel LSU could match up with him, and they would put an extra guy there. You saw Zenon run stride for stride on that play-action pass.
3rd and 3, no quarterback. It'll be McFadden to take the direct snap. 3rd down, 3 in a tie game. McFadden, reverse. Felix Jones, he's got a huge wall, and Jones flies down to the 35-yard line.
What a gadget play. What a gadget play. 2 things to notice. Bottom of the screen, here he is right here, but this guy Stelz saves a touchdown. Coming out, looks like the option. Now watch Craig Stelz. He gets to the outside and he overruns those 3 guys right there and turns it back in. That allowed Luke Sanders to come over and Stelz to make the play. Great play by Craig Stelz.
Casey Dick back on the field. The handoff goes to McFadden. He bangs inside the 30 to the 29-yard line.
And he banged into Ollie Highsmith again.
13 tackles for Highsmith.
How about that play by Craig Stelz? Had that been blocked properly, because there was a wall set up, that play would have been a touchdown. Stelz got to the outside of it. He's not 100%, but he got out there and made a touchdown-saving play.
2nd down and 4. It's McFadden to take the snap again.
Look at that. He's bleeding the clock, too.
He'll keep it. Comes right. 1st down, Arkansas. Well, this day began so badly for Darren McFadden on the opening kickoff. The All-American fumbles, and it was recovered by LSU. Then he fumbled again. It was recovered. He's dropped it 3 times today. They've lost only 1, but here's the 16-yard run. Here's the 73-yard run with a great block from Casey Dick. And Darren McFadden now with 174 yards on 26 carries, and Casey Dick is wide to the left, top of the screen. McFadden pulls up down the middle. Peyton Hillis, touchdown Arkansas.
The Tebow play action. You know, I'll take 3 fumbles if I get 3 home runs. He's like a home run hitter, McFadden is. 3 strikeouts, but 3 home runs. This is a beautifully designed play. This one, they drew Stelz out of the middle of the field by putting the quarterback out wide, and they threw to the middle of the field.
Alex Tejada, the freshman from Springdale, Arkansas, for the extra point, up and good in his career. Darren McFadden has now thrown for 7 touchdowns.
Well, as Columbus, Ohio, and West Virginia are cheering for Arkansas right now, look at the design of this play. Stelz goes over here, and Hillis sneaks right out in the empty area. Boom, there goes Hillis. Danny McCray, number 44, does not play it as well as Stelz, and almost an underthrow. He was so open, McFadden didn't want to overthrow the ball, and they get an easy touchdown.
David Lee, the offensive coordinator, said he's got great hands. He's got Terry Glenn hands.
That's what he said about him. You're right.
Half-price drinks taste even better than regular price drinks.
I know.
You know?
I gotta say, I enjoy the concept of happy hour, but I feel like it's not accurate because it's from 2 to 4. It should be happy hours.
That just doesn't, that has no, like, pop to it, though.
A couple hours of drink fun.
Unsad, wet afternoon chunk.
Maybe happy hours.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
That's better.
Happy hour at Sonic. Over 168,000 fountain drink and slush combinations, like our Cherry Limeade. Half price from 2 to 4 p.m. every day, because Sonic is your ultimate drink stop.
Trust. It's everything. Nobody hands out trust. Talent is one thing. Combine talent with people you trust, and you will walk on that court with a level of respect no one can match.
The Hartford, a company built on nearly 200 years of trust. Ask your advisor what the Hartford can do to help you plan for your future. Because you're not preparing to retire. You're preparing to live.
Has someone created a super soldier?
What seems to be the problem, Marine? I want to kill someone, sir.
A new NCIS, CBS Tuesday at 8, 7 Central.
22 caught a 24-yard pass from number 5 at Arkansas. McFadden, how about that? On the drive, 3 rushes for 18 yards, but it was a touchdown toss.
You know, and McFadden is like a bigger Adrian Peterson.
Yes. Here's the kick. Taken by Chad Jones at the 20, perhaps the 21-yard line, with under 5 to go. Well, we were tied at 21 all, and a perfectly executed play. Matt Flynn to Jacob Hester, but there's Early Doucette on the line of scrimmage. The flag thrown, and it wiped out this 54-yard touchdown. And that led to this. It did look like Tebow.
It did.
Yeah.
Tebow play. He got mad at me saying that Tebow throws better than him now.
28-21 Razorbacks. This wacky season takes another turn. Here's Flynn. Wants to go for Keelan Williams, and he has to throw it away because Keelan Williams was really well covered by Jarrell Norton.
Yes, and he had a safety behind him also. You're exactly right. It was a throwback, a gimmick play that Gary Croton had, and it didn't work.
Last time, Arkansas knocked off the #1 team against Texas, and they blew them out.
The last time I remember them playing a #1 team that I can remember, wasn't it at USC when they lost 70-14?
It was indeed. First game of 2005.
Yep.
Second down and 10. LSU has not lost in November since they last lost to Arkansas in 2002. They've won 19 in a row at home. The #1 seeding in the BCS is on the line, and we've got 4:40 to go.
And I got to tell you right now, it's 4-down territory. So that's easy for Les to call. The game is going to be under 4 minutes. And then Les is looking at the clock and thinking about that right now.
3rd and 2. Bird and Doucette go wide to the right side. Hester.
Won't need it.
First down at the 37. Clock stops while they reset the chain. Arkansas has 2 timeouts remaining. LSU all 3.
Pulling the tackle again. Be patient. Stewart's back in the game. Fit around. They've run that play about 6, 7, 8 times in this football game. Now remember, Matt Flynn has come through in the 4th quarter. He did it against Florida. He did it against Auburn. He tied up against Alabama. Remember that? They eventually won with that 4th down pass.
Here's Flynn back again. Drills it to his tight end, Richard Dixon. Well, LSU ranked number 1. Kansas and Missouri, of course, play tomorrow night in Kansas City. West Virginia.
Ohio State is doing backflips because Kansas or Missouri, one of those teams are going to lose.
Right.
If LSU gets knocked off, remember the Big Ten people saying it's not fair that they don't play? They might get it go their way this year.
Flynn, Hester to the 46-yard line. Tackle made by Weston Dacus, the middle linebacker.
West Virginia's ahead of them in the BCS. And Ohio State is sitting there saying, the way everybody's getting knocked off, maybe the best thing is not to play. This is going to get really interesting here, though, because right now, LSU has to sell out. This is the drive.
3rd and 1, under 3 to go. Charles Scott, Hester. Hester is the fullback. They'll try it again, but Flynn is hit as he lets it go. It's 4th down. They tried the same play on which they scored from 54 out. Antoine Robinson connected with Matt Flynn.
Going to sneak out the fullback. Gets out. Actually, I thought he was open, but Robinson got there and saved a touchdown. Robinson, who has lost his job to Adrian Davis, comes up, gets off the ground to make it 4th down.
This team is 9 of 11 on 4th downs this year. Here's Flynn. Oh, they're going for everything. Oh, he got it.
Oh, my.
Wow.
Oh, my.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, my.
Oh, what a 4th down call.
I don't even know what going for everything means, to tell you. I don't know what. They fake the quarterback sneak. They throw a lateral. If the tackle is made right there, it would be stopped short. I don't really understand this call. It worked, but I think it's a bad call.
1st down and 10. 2:20 to go. This time, 3-man rush. Flynn finds Doucette. 43-yard line. Start worrying about your timeouts yet?
Well, I don't think so. You're okay, but I'll tell you, Arkansas is just as nervous. They had late drives, remember, against Alabama and Auburn. Kentucky scored 21 points in the 4th quarter. Arkansas has seen this before.
On 2nd down, Flynn out of the spread. This time they're 4 down. Blitz, Flynn, incomplete. No, it's caught by Dixon. He's got a blocker from Bird, and Dixon's down at the 7.
I don't believe that just happened right there. He was throwing the ball inside. Watch him throw it for Doucette. See if we can freeze it right when he comes across. Throwing it for Doucette right there. Doucette misses it, gets tipped, and Dixon catches it. Remember the 4th down touchdown pass last year? Jamarcus Russell against Tennessee? It happened the other way when Doucette caught the ball to win the game.
1st and goal. Here's Flynn. Lobs it for Terrence Tolliver. Contact in the end zone. There is no flag. Michael Grant defending Tolliver. 2nd and goal.
Fade to the outside. Good coverage by Grant.
Doucette comes on. LaFell comes on. Bird comes on. Williams comes on. There are 5 substitutions defensively for Arkansas. 2nd and goal. Blitz threatened. Here's Flynn. Down at the 6. Now they'll call time. The clock stops with 1:10 to go. 28-21. LSU inside the 10.
Good morning, Samantha.
Need a head start?
Are our cars as much fun as our bikes? The new 2008 Suzuki SX4 crossover. And now, introducing the all-new Suzuki SX4 Sport.
I don't think he's going to make it.
It's going to be a great ride.
Welcome to powerof.org. Welcome to TIAA Cref. We put the strength of a $400 billion financial services.org and the heart of a nonprofit to work for those who serve others. We do this with low fees and honest, objective advice. Put powerof.org to work for you at TIAA Cref, financial services for the greater good.
It's not about the shooting. It's about the killing.
We all have our limits. Maybe you've had enough.
Top-ranked team in the country trails Arkansas 28-21 with 1:10 to go. And Matt Flynn leads his group back on the field. Bird and Doucette go wide to the right. LaFell is wide left.
Remember, they like to run that screen where Doucette goes out and comes back in, the screen, get those linemen downfield. See if they go to that here.
3rd and goal from the 6. Handoff, Hester. It's going to be 4th and goal from the 2.
I really don't understand why Les Miles is taking these timeouts. If they score, which they have to do, they're going to give time for Arkansas to come back and have a chance for a field goal. There was plenty of time to run 2 plays.
Well, he's now used his 2nd timeout to discuss the options. They've gone for the 4th down and converted once on this drive.
Let's suppose that he did want to take a timeout to have strategy. The proper strategy, I believe, would be to let the 24-second clock, the play clock run all the way down to the end, then call your timeout for strategy. By calling it quick back-to-back plays, if they do score, Arkansas has a minute or 58 seconds left to come back on you. And if you don't score, you don't have your timeouts left. I just don't get the strategy.
Houston Nutt, object of so much speculation and rumor this week, announced last week by some that he was coaching his final regular season game here. Les Miles, object of rampant speculation all week long. Would he be offered the Michigan job? Well, now they are coaching LSU and Arkansas respectively, and here's Flynn on 4th and goal from the 2. 3 to the left. Timeout.
Are you kidding me? You could hear Les. The 25-second clock, I don't think was working, and they took it out. Les is upset because he had tricked him with the formation, he thought.
I'm the head coach.
Threw a flag. He'll pick it up, though, I think. Sideline
LSU. It's their 2nd warning.
Les had run down to the 15-yard line, and we could hear him pretty clear, couldn't we?
Yeah.
This is the same formation they threw the slant to Bird last time. And they're taking Hester out of the game.
And Jared Mitchell goes in. Hester is out. So 5 wides.
Watch quarterback draw.
Fourth and goal. Here's Flynn. Touchdown, Louisiana State.
No play. They blew the whistle early.
Timeout, Arkansas.
Houston Nutt took a late timeout.
Arkansas called timeout. This is their second charge timeout of the half.
It's
every second timeout.
It's a great timeout. LSU ran a new player on, and Arkansas, Reggie Herring said, we're not set up. He suspected the quarterback draw. He was right. I was right.
And so right before the snap.
I heard the whistle. I heard the whistle.
Here it was. Natural sound. Wipes out the touchdown. 4th and goal. Just outside the 2.
It's just like taking a timeout from the sideline before and freezing a kicker. It's the same thing happened right there. I do not like that rule. I think they should go back to having the players on the field call timeout.
Now listen closely as the So it's 4th and goal.
And they come back with Hester in the game again.
28-21.
Remember, Doucette was open on a corner route before.
Here is the snap. Flynn into the end zone. It's caught! Demetrius Byrd! LSU's within 1 point of tying it up.
What a drive. But remember, there's 57 seconds left.
Colt David for the tie. The junior from Grapevine, Matt Flynn, will hold it.
I'm sorry, Vern. Same play that scored earlier to Demetrius Byrd. You put one receiver on the corner, the other on the slant. You get your choice. Byrd or Doucette. He went inside. Poor technique by Arkansas that time. Let him get inside. Good throw. Snapped it down. Great catch. Great catch. That ball was up there. Byrd, the guy who did it against Auburn, does it again.
Is this game any fun?
Just like usual.
Twas the night before Christmas, and Mom didn't know that Dad's right behind her with a box and a bow.
A gift from K Jewelers means every diamond is hand-selected to match beautifully, and she'll absolutely love it.
Every kiss begins with K.
They pick up touchdowns, pick up the pucks, and pick up their teams. Enterprise salutes NCAA student athletes for picking us all up. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
LSU puts together a 79-yard drive in 13 plays with everything on the line to try and get this game to overtime. Demetrius Byrd with 2 touchdowns today. Josh Jasper will kick off now, number 36.
Against the wind, and Arkansas is on the 20-yard line, lined up with their deep men.
Here is the kick, returnable. Felix Jones, he's got 2 kickoff returns for touchdowns. He comes right, and he's got great speed. Across the 48 to the 47, the 45 to the 47-yard line.
And now plenty of time for Arkansas to get. Remember, 49 yards was the long field goal for Arkansas. Plenty of time remaining, and they're with the wind.
Timeout left for for both teams. Robert Johnson breaks wide to the left. And a whistle before the snap.
Timeout. LSU.
Target line is the 30, the true freshman from Springdale, Arkansas. He's had a terrific season. And he's got the wind, as we just mentioned, at his back.
Please reset the game clock. 49 seconds.
His long of the year, 47 yards.
Flynn gets hit just as he lets this ball go. Easy pitch and catch. Bird, again, the same play. You would think if you're playing corner, the one thing you would not do would let your receiver get inside you. And I think it was Mike No Material Richardson that let Bird get inside of him. Need what, 22, a little bit more, what, 22 yards?
Yep.
22 yards.
Casey Dick in at quarterback. They'll keep it on the ground. This is Darren McFadden trying to get back in the thick of the conversation for the Heisman Trophy vote. And boy, he's made a strong bid today with 180 yards rushing. He's thrown a touchdown. And his team tied 28 all. Dick under pressure. Incomplete. And the clock did not move. The game clock, our clock is not moved. The game clock is at 20 seconds.
Right. That is wrong.
We're having a software problem. I'm sure that's what it is. So there are 20 seconds remaining.
This is, again, they're going to take Casey Dick off the field here on this 3rd and 5.
So McFadden will take the snap. They hand it off to Hillis. And it's close, but I believe short.
Arkansas should take a timeout and decide what they want to do here.
They do. That's their last.
3rd and final timeout of the half. 30-second timeout.
Now, very interesting strategy here for Arkansas. You know, one of the plays they do have is a 6'6" receiver, Monk, that they could throw the alley-oop pass into the end zone. You see Marcus Monk, he's over there kind of lobbying. I would like to go out there and try to catch this. Or do they go for the first down? It would be 60 yards on a field goal. That seems a bit much.
And it's really more of a crosswind now than it is a wind directly behind it.
Yeah. I think the play would be the deep lob into the end zone.
And so here we go. Houston Nutt, 4th and 1. Casey Dick.
And Monk is in, isn't he? In the slot there.
And they're going to go with the quick snap again. They've got 3 receivers, top of the screen. Arkansas, Dick rolls out, fires it deep left side, and that's out of bounds, and it leaves 3 seconds to go, and the ball goes over.
Well, you got to keep it on the field.
Amen.
I mean, you just have to keep it on the football field.
Now you want to see an alley-oop at the other end. LSU is going to have 1 more snap.
When you come down here, you run out. It looks like Arkansas was trying to run the out route to the outside, and the ball, I mean, that's an out route.
Well, 5 years ago, the last time Arkansas beat this team, it was Matt Jones to DeCorey Birmingham. The miracle on Markham, that was a 21-20 victory. And here for the alley-oop is Matt Flynn. Deep right side. He's got 3 receivers down there, and it's incomplete. We are going to overtime.
Houston Nutt is 6-1 in overtime.
Catch your breath. Have another turkey leg. We'll be right back.
Good morning, Samantha.
Need a head start?
Are our cars as much fun as our bikes? New 2008 Suzuki SX4 crossover. And now, introducing the all-new Suzuki SX4 Sport.
I don't think he's going to make it.
It's going to be a great ride. Welcome to powerof.org. Welcome to TIAA Cref. We put the strength of a $400 billion financial services.org and the heart of a nonprofit to work for those who serve others. We do this with low fees and honest, objective advice. Put powerof.org to work for you at TIAA Cref, financial services for the greater good.
Thank you. He went to Jared. He went to Jared.
You went to Jared?
Jared, the Galleria of Jewelry, has 5 times the selection of ordinary jewelry stores, from the classic to the contemporary, so you'll find the perfect gift.
Exquisite form, wonderful line.
Thank you. He went to Jared.
Jared, the Galleria of Jewelry.
Welcome back to Baton Rouge, where the top-ranked team in the country has been taken to overtime by the Arkansas Razorbacks. And Matt Flynn, who threw for the tying touchdown on the last play, took a belt from Dacus, the linebacker, and after he got up, was flexing his right shoulder and is in the locker room right now. Ryan Perilou, who has not seen much action in the last half of the season, warming up on the sideline as we prepare for overtime. Let's go down to Mark Curls, the referee.
Whatever the toss, gets to choose whether to go on offense, defense, or choose which end of the field we play. Okay? We're not deferring. We cannot defer. All right? What does it call? Tails. Tails. Call his tails. I'm going to flip it if I drop it. It is tails. Arkansas, you want to play defense. Play defense. Which end of the field? Defend that end. So put your backs. No, I'm sorry. Put your backs on this end. No. There you go. Arkansas has won the toss, chosen to go on defense. We'll play on this end of the field.
Now, by now, we think most of you are familiar with the rules in college football. They have done the coin toss. The offense will start at the 25-yard line. Each team keeps the ball until it scores or fails to make a first down. And beginning with the third overtime, teams must attempt a 2-point conversion after a touchdown. The only loss this year for LSU in Lexington, 3 overtimes, Kentucky beat them.
Well, that was a quick pit stop for Matt Flynn, because he's running out right now. Someone should be proud of that one.
There are the overtime records. Arkansas 6-1, including 2 7-overtime games. LSU not disrespectful, disrespectable 6-3. And so we start at the 25, and Flynn is back in time to go back in at quarterback. He's got Keelan Williams with him. 79-yard drive to tie it up. And now, in overtime, the first possession, the first snap, Matt Flynn. Keelan Williams, left side, big hole to the 11-yard line.
Come out, a little bit of that pistol Pete formation that you run at LSU here. Snap it with the tailback behind, run behind that big offensive line. Saron Black did a great job on that one. Herman Johnson, biggest man probably in college football.
Now Jacob Hester is in as the fullback. Charles Scott is the tailback.
Throw to him
Play
again.
fake. Into the end zone, and a flag is down. Intended for Dixon. Kevin Woods defending.
Well, I think everybody kind of figured out now that when fullback, 18 fullback equals pass. Are they going to call this offensive interference here? Did Dixon push Woods? You got to be kidding me.
Wow.
Now they wonder if the ball will be catch. Is that a rule? Was the ball catchable? It certainly looked like it was overthrown.
Well, I see a gesture from Saron Black.
There's no foul for offensive pass interference. The pass was uncatchable. It's second down.
Still second down. Number 82 right there comes out, takes on a linebacker, and then runs right through the safety. Well, either uncatchable ball is what it was called.
Second down. Glenn with 3 to the right, 2 to the left, including early Doucette.
This is the quarterback draw formation.
And there you have it. He cuts left. Matt Flynn, touchdown LSU.
Same play, same formation that Arkansas got the timeout. This time, no timeout. Same result. I don't even know. With the two-man rush, this is a perfect call.
Well, he got the final block from number 65, Lyle Hitt. There's a good hold by Matt Flynn. And Colt David knocks it through. This is the first LSU lead since they were up 6-0 in the first quarter. Les Miles helps celebrate the touchdown.
You know, they say to win a championship, you got to win a couple close ones. It don't mean you got to win them all close. LSU has been unbelievable. We said they had to score at least 28 points to have a chance. That turned out to be true. Now they're in overtime. Arkansas now comes back about 4 down territory.
Well, it must seem for these LSU players and fans a long time since they knocked off Mississippi State and they defeated Virginia Tech. Those were walkthroughs. Every game has been tense since then, and now Darren McFadden will take the snap. Casey Dick is not on the field. McFadden flips it out to Jones, tries to cut inside, goes back left, and he's down at the 20-yard line. Craig Stelz, the All-American safety, with the tackle.
How about that play? It's like McFadden throws it out there, and it kind of like follows his shot, like in basketball. He throws it, and then he runs out there to try to get a block.
McFadden is 3 of 5 throwing the ball. 2nd and 5. Michael Smith, the running back, is wide to the right. Now he comes in motion. McFadden up the middle, stuffed. 3rd down.
Guess who?
Allie Highsmith.
Allie Highsmith met McFadden in the hole and didn't back up an inch. Look at that. Did not back up an inch.
That's his 14th tackle today. Casey Dick is on the field. And he will take the snap on 3rd and 5.
Watch out for number 22 right there, Peyton Hillis.
Flags down.
It was a legal procedure, Arkansas, I believe. And he was going to Hillis.
Ball snap. Ball start. Number 18.
there's going to be the penalty right there. A little bit of a false start. He was going to Hillis, and Hillis was wide open there for the easy first down. Now it's 3rd and long.
From the 25, 3rd and 10. Dick goes in the corner. Ellie Highsmith is defending. It's incomplete. It will come down to the final play on 4th down.
See how calm Ellie Highsmith was there running with Hillis. Ran the wheel route. Look at Highsmith right there. Had to be a perfect throw. It was not.
Number 1 ranking in the balance. Timeout called by Arkansas. Time now for the Ruby Tuesday player of the game, Darren McFadden, 180 yards on 27 carries, 2 touchdowns rushing, 1 of 73 yards. He's also thrown it 5 times and completed 3, 1 for a touchdown. The Ruby Tuesday player of the game.
Some honorable mentions, Demetrius Bird. You know, he was all over the football field. Ellie Highsmith, honorable mention, and another 4th quarter last drive by the quarterback, Matt Flynn.
The tying touchdown took 4 minutes and 2 seconds. They went 79 yards. And then Matt Flynn got the team into this position. Jai Eugene, it's 4th down and 10. Hillis is the last man in the huddle. Robert Johnson and Hillis break off wide to the right. Monk is the bottom of your screen.
Well, LSU blitz.
No. Dick with a lot of time. Good downfield coverage. Man wide open. It's Hillis. And it's a 1st down for Arkansas.
I see your 4th down play, and I raise you my 4th down play. Hillis was open for about 5 seconds on this play. Dick had to come out. A busted coverage by LSU, and Arkansas stays in the game.
Last man in the neighborhood was Danny McCray. It's 1st down. They hand it to McFadden. Pretty good option. He's to the 8.
How about Casey Dick? I mean, this was a guy who just basically lived a nightmare of a season last year. He's come back, resurrected, played very good football. His coach said, you know what? He's kept us in every game this year, and he's doing it again tonight.
9 of 18 for the day for 84 yards. 2nd down, 6.
Quick snap.
Hillis, slot, they toss it. McFadden comes left. Good job defensively. It'll be 3rd down. Curtis Taylor, number 27.
There's going to be a penalty inside, too. Probably a holding penalty.
Before the snap, false start. Snap infraction on the offense. 5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
Well, that's pre-snap, so there's no option of declining.
That's right. It was actually not a play.
And Curtis Taylor is the injured player. Holding his left hip.
Ooh, McFadden lowered his helmet and hip pointer right into the side of Taylor.
Taylor down at the 8-yard line. Pre-snap penalty cost 5 yards, so it'll be 2nd down and 10.
See, on this quick snap, what happens sometimes if you don't set a full second, you could get called. Let's see if they've been set. It's about what they were doing all game. But definitely the whistles were blowing. The second time I listened to that play, I could hear it.
Well, they tend to Curtis Taylor, and it'll be 2nd and 10. Lineup tonight on CBS on this day after Thanksgiving. Ghost Whisperer, the followed by Moonlight, and then Numbers. That's the lineup tonight on CBS. And Curtis Taylor being assisted to the LSU sideline. Just not discussing timeouts, I think. 2nd and 10. Dick is out, and Darren McFadden is in. McFadden. Felix Jones with the block. McFadden, Ali Highsmith again. 15 tackles for the linebacker. 3rd down from the 10.
You know, he almost has to make 15 tackles. If he doesn't do it, there's nobody else. He's basically playing a spy on number 5 the whole game.
3rd and 8. Casey Dick at quarterback.
Again, when they throw the ball, they love to throw it to that guy right there.
He's in the slot right. They go in the end zone for him, and he has got it. Touchdown, Peyton Hillis.
How about Casey Dick delivering that ball? I give him all the credit in the world.
Well, he found Hillis on a 4th and 10, and then he finds Hillis for the touchdown. To extend this to a 2nd overtime, Alex Tejada. We're tied at 35.
Same wheel route that Highsmith knocked down the one early. When they come in with 11 and they put number 22 right there, he's going to wheel right up the sideline. A perfect throw. Highsmith, same matchup, throw better this time, and he beats number 7. Boy, that's well done. Give a lot of credit to David Lee, the offensive coordinator, who worked with Casey Dick and made him a respectable quarterback this year.
Check it out. Watch me move, watch me move, watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me move like my juke, watch me move like my juke.
Introducing the Juke by Samsung, exclusively from Verizon Wireless, an ultra-sleek MP3 player that flips into a phone, because music phones have more moves on America's most reliable wireless network. Verizon Wireless.
First, you'll see the difference. Then, you'll taste it. Come in for our big seafood festival. This year, we're giving you the biggest shrimp we've ever served. It's called Colossal Shrimp, and we're preparing it your favorite ways. Or try other big favorites, like rock lobster tail, jumbo shrimp, and king crab legs. The big seafood festival is here, but not for long, at Red Lobster. Come see what's fresh today.
Second overtime about to begin. We're tied at 35 as Peyton Hillis catches a 4th down pass to sustain the drive, and then the touchdown from Casey Dick. 35-35, and they're going to go to the other end.
They're going towards the Arkansas fans. What little there are, they are in the right end zone.
Not a large contingent, but there they are.
Boy, you would think the LSU defense, 4th and 10, could figure out who to cover. A total bust in the secondary.
Felix Jones is the running back behind Casey Dick. First down at the 25. It'll be Jones coming right to the 20, to the 15, and out of bounds inside the 10 at the 9-yard line.
Craig Stelz had an angle, but you can tell he's not 100%. He could not get there, he misjudged it, and he could not make the play. Boy, is he quick, Felix Jones.
Jones out. Played only one play last week because of a deep thigh bruise suffered at Tennessee. Now Hillis Wide left, Danny McCray has him. Now gives him off. Here's McFadden. Dances to the outside. Touchdown, Arkansas.
I think it was Hillis that got that block, too. They have this LSU defense reeling. You know, that has been the LSU problem all year, red zone defense, and it's showing up again.
Tejada's on for the extra point to give Arkansas a 42-35 lead. Which they now have.
I thought it was Hillis. I'm hearing from the truck it was Mitch Petrus, number 66. I think it's right there. Remember, he was the blocking back last year. He played the fullback position. Let's see if he does it this time. Yes. Hillis gets one block. Petrus gets the next block, but Stelz still has position. He gets caught inside, and he doesn't make the play.
Now the Petrus block was on Derry Beckwith, the linebacker, and here's McFadden, runner-up for the Heisman a year ago, all but forgotten in October when the team was struggling, and now LSU needs a touchdown to keep this thing going.
They can't have a bad play. A sack or something really hurts them now.
Here's the pitch. Keelan Williams, 4 to the 21-yard line. Adrian Davis with the stop. The second overtime game this year. They went to 3 overtimes before losing in Kentucky. Andre Woodson found Steve Johnson for the touchdown there.
And ironically, it was on a 4th down stop by Kentucky.
2nd and 6. LaFell to the left side. Arkansas brings 4 down linemen. Flynn, Dixon, 1st and goal at the 9.
Any question about Flynn going in for a pit stop? He still has it, and Dixon with a good matchup takes advantage of it and makes the play.
And so 1st down and goal. Hester is back on the field. And Quinn Johnson will be in at fullback. Now Doucette goes wide to the left, and they've got a double tight end set. Dixon and Singer. Hester to the 5, to the 2-yard line.
Jeez. Just running inside. That time, Marcus Harrison had a chance, but you don't arm tackle Jacob Hester. 55, see? He got tugged by Stewart right there. Harrison thought he got tugged from behind. He thought he had a chance to make the tackle, and he couldn't make it with one arm.
2nd down and goal. Here's the option. Flynn cuts. Didn't get in. It'll be 3rd down.
They should have pitched that one. Jacob Hester has his arms out like, why? Why didn't I get that? From behind, just option down the right side. A pitch walks in. A pitch walks in.
Yes. Yes. And so it's 3rd and goal in the 2nd overtime. Hester has carried 26 times for a career-high 120 yards, 3 tight ends. They'll give it to Hester. He drives and he's in.
Give it to your money man. Run behind those big offensive linemen. And that was pretty deep into the end zone.
Jacob O'Hare will snap it. Matt Flynn will hold it. Colt David will kick it. tied at 42. Just another average Friday night Baton Rouge. Oh, boy. Oofta.
Hope I don't miss work this Christmas.
Yeah, how will you pay for things like food, electricity?
Bingo bills.
Gadzooks! You need a backup plan. That's why we have Aflac.
So I'll have cash to help pay bills.
Right, but what if you're still not better by Christmas?
Aflac. Ask about it at work. Rudolph's better. But now Blitzen's sick.
Lovely. Thank you. He went to Jared. He went to Jared.
You went to Jared?
Jared, the Galleria of Jewelry, has 5 times the selection of ordinary jewelry stores from the classic to the contemporary, so you'll find the perfect gift.
Exquisite form, wonderful line.
Thank you. He went to Jared. Jared, the Galleria of Jewelry.
Twenty-five seniors playing their final home game for the Louisiana State University Tigers. 16 of them redshirt seniors. They watched as the 2003 LSU team won a national championship. They set a goal for themselves in August of winning their own. And so here on senior day for LSU, they find themselves in a ferocious battle as they try not to break the chain. We are in the third overtime. It's Arkansas 42, Louisiana State 42. And we might have the attention of folks in Morgantown, West Virginia,
yes,
and Columbus, Ohio, and other places where there are one-loss football teams.
Absolutely. Everyone in Columbus and Morgantown are watching this football game, and they're Razorback fans.
And Kansas and Missouri.
Well, Kansas, Missouri,
yeah, they're going to be in. You're right. You're right. First down, Casey Dick, the quarterback. Right side, Felix Jones. Craig Stelz with the tackle. And a reminder now, in the third overtime, if you get the touchdown, you must attempt a two-point try. McFadden will take the snap.
It's the wishbone formation right here. Fake it to Hillis. Or give it to
They give it to Hillis. It'll be third down. Glenn Dorsey, Ollie Highsmith, look at how he's in pain.
He's the shadow of himself at the beginning of the year, but he's been out there most of this football game. Highsmith is there, Dorsey's there. The seniors you just read off, Vern.
3rd and 4. Casey Dick is the quarterback.
Timeout LSU. You know what? I don't think they like the matchup because Marcus Smart came in the game.
This is our final timeout of the extra period. 30-second timeout.
Well, back spasms affected Glenn Dorsey a week ago in Oxford. He's been playing since mid-season on a bad knee and is giving it a go today.
You had Monk one-on-one to the outside right here, and you can see the calling timeout on the play.
Jonathan Zenon, I think. Yep, or Les Miles.
No, Pelini saw it first.
Ah, yes.
Pelini was calling timeout first. Yeah, Les was the last guy to know at that time.
Well, when we're through, and this one has been one to remember, the lineup tonight on CBS, Ghost Whisperer, followed by Moonlight and Numbers. That's tonight's lineup on CBS. 3rd and 4, third overtime, 42 all. Hillis in a slot to the right.
No McFadden.
Toss, Felix Jones. Goes right, looks like he's got a first down. Oh, it'll be very close at the 15. This is one of those left foot, right foot spots.
Yeah, it's right.
Yeah, he got it.
Right. First down. Yep. Boy, that just shows you the faith that Arkansas has in Felix Jones. Third down, key play, run behind Hillis, run behind Farrah Jackson, follow it, and you got two guys. You keep them both going.
McFadden back on the field. He will take the direct snap. I bet more than half of their plays have been out of this formation.
They're going to fake it to Hillis this time, aren't they?
No. They're going to give it to him, and he picks up 2.
Wow. It's going to be a tough 10 yards here.
At one point, Arkansas had a 14-6 lead, then 21-14. They were up 28-21 in the fourth quarter. A couple of big runs by Arkansas. And Louisiana State took 4 minutes to get the tying touchdown. Matt Flynn to Demetrius Byrd. We are in the third overtime. It's second down and 8. McFadden. Oh, he gets a block on the corner. Down at the 3. It'll be first and goal.
Look at that speed. It's breathtaking. I mean, this guy is 225 pounds. Fakes it and just turns the corner. Runs away from a corner right there. And Allie Highsmith could not catch up.
32 carries, 206 yards.
Amazing. Amazing football player he is.
From the eye, they hand it off. Touchdown, Arkansas. Peyton Hillis gets another. You must go for 2.
Well, you get the tailback running away from the play. The linebackers lean just a little bit and just hand it off inside. That guy is going to be playing on Sundays also, no doubt.
Arkansas has called timeout to discuss the try for 2.
Well, there's so many possibilities. Who do you play at quarterback? Do you throw? I mean, it gets confusing out there.
Well, Matt Flynn challenged back to the quarterback and the LSU Tigers. But first, Arkansas gets the try for 2. 48-42 in the third overtime. And here come the Hogs back on the field. Robert Johnson is wide to the right. Monk is wide left.
No McFadden. That's amazing.
Felix Jones is the running back. Hillis is in a wing to the left side. The try for 2 in the third overtime. Here's the toss. Felix Jones. And he got it.
Amazing. Think about this football team. I mean, you got an all-American running back. You've got a backup running back. You've got a fullback that is a catcher. First down run, you go to Jones. Gets the first down. Then you come back in the wild hog, and you take it around the corner to set up the touchdown by the fullback. 3 different guys carry it. And then the 2-point play, you don't go with your All-American. With the game, 2-point play, you go with Felix Jones. Just amazing.
And the Razorbacks from Fayetteville have an 8-point lead now, 50-42.
And it may seem like deja vu all over again for LSU. It was the third overtime against Kentucky. Kentucky scored, and LSU did not answer.
They were foiled on a 4th and 2 in MapQuest in Lexington. Matt Flynn. He'll throw on first down. He's got a man wide open. It's Doucette.
Great catch.
Out of bounds to 13.
This game started out sloppy, but these kids, these young men, these young adults, they're growing up right in front of our eyes. These young guys are making plays now. Holy cow.
First down and 10. The ball is just inside the 13-yard line. Now Demetrius Byrd and Doucette come to the near side. They'll keep it on the ground as Hester inside the 10 to the 9. Freddie Fairchild with the tackle. Well, twice we mentioned that Arkansas was 6-1 in overtime games, and they played the 2 longest in history. They both went 7 overtimes. This one is in the 3rd. 2nd and 6. Byrd, who has 2 touchdown catches in the game, is wide right.
Here's the quarterback draw formation.
This time Flynn will throw out of it. He's got LaFell for a touchdown. Now LSU must try for 2 in the tie.
Still a ball game here. Great execution by Matt Flynn. He is really money when the clutch, isn't it? I mean, he delivers the ball.
Remember, he started out 7 for 31, something like that.
And he's now 22 for 47. He just keeps plugging away.
So LSU's bid for the national title comes down to this 2-point play. They must send this to a 4th overtime to sustain that hope. Here's Flynn. Deep, intercepted. Matero Richardson, Arkansas wins. The dream dies for LSU. Arkansas by 2 in the 3rd overtime.
This time,
the Wrangler 5-star play of the game.
Sorry there, Vern.
That's okay.
Hate you a little bit. This time, at the bottom of your screen, they're going to take away the slant pass. Watch it. Right down here. Take away the slant. They took away the slant. Great job by Matero Richardson to take away the game in the national championship from LSU.
This game began with an Arkansas turnover. Darren McFadden fumbled the opening kickoff. It ends on an LSU turnover. Matero Richardson, who gets a huge hug from his believer head coach, Houston Nutt. Understandable tears on the face of that man. Well, we'll see you tomorrow night. For Vern Lundquist, Gary Danielson, Tracy Wolfson, good night from Baton Rouge.